series sharing the show that perfectly depicts her childhood. Plus, on the way in our My Pet Tale, our friend Judy Greer tells us about her great love for her dog. And then later, we're diving into some beloved shows, Sabrina the Teenage Witch and Gilmore Girls, so fans get ready. All of that is just ahead, but first, let's see what we have up on Popstar Plus. Amber Ruffin joined us for our What I Watch series. The comedian and actor who hosts her own talk show, The Amber Ruffin Show, it's very funny, was kind enough to tell us all about the long list of shows that she cannot stop watching.
What I watch when I can't fall asleep is not a good question for me. I can always fall asleep. TV cannot help me. I'm great at sleeping. If America was in the Olympics for sleeping, I would represent our country and I would bring home the gold. I'm good at sleeping. What I watch when it's late at night, I like to watch every late night show. Every late night show there's ever been, I love to watch it. I love to watch the old late night shows. I love to watch it now. Only because when I was watching it, I never thought I would have a late night show. But when you have one and you watch it, it's different.
That was great. You know what else is great? Finally making this show for you all.
When I was preparing for this season of The Amber Ruffin Show, I watched, I watched some Carol Burnett. I did. I watched some Dick Cavett. I watched some of those old, variety shows. And it was very clear how little you needed. It was just people goofing around. And I was like, oh, what a relief. Like those cool things we remember. We're just people goofing around. And that's a torch I'm willing to carry to this day. What do I watch? I like to, when it's late, I do like to catch up. So when I'm catching up on my favorite shows. And my favorite shows are Queens. I watched every last episode in real time. And I can't just be allotting time from 8 to 9 at night. I still have work to do. And then Abbott Elementary.
Hey, yo! What it do, baby boos? What y'all think about this little film crew I brought in here?
Distracting, makes our jobs harder.
But exciting. We about to be on TV.
Because they are covering underfunded, poorly managed public schools in America.
No press is bad press, Barb. Look at Mel Gibson. Still thriving.
Abbott Elementary is great. It is just very character-driven. But I do think that Abbott Elementary found some very fun characters and leaned into them. And even though they're big characters, you haven't seen them before. They found a new take on, the bully and a new take on the nerd. It's all so fresh. It's great. And Quinta is the best. What I watch when I need comfort food is the same thing everyone watches when they need comfort food. And that's Ted Lasso. It's the most comforting show on planet Earth. It's just as good as everybody says. But the people who love Ted Lasso might not know that they also love Joe Pera's show, Joe Pera Talks With You. It is this very gentle comedian, and he just is living in, I think, Wisconsin, and, being his gentle self, and, whittling wood and stuff. And along those same lines, John Wilson, How To with John Wilson, is also a very comforting show where, not a lot happens, but it stays interesting, and then afterwards you feel a little happier. Those are the 3 shows. What I watch that might surprise people is, it shouldn't, but it always does, is Grey's Anatomy. Man, I've been watching Grey's Anatomy since the very beginning. It probably started, I don't know, at this point, 12, 18 years ago. It's a million years old. What I watch that reminds me of my childhood, I don't have an answer to this question. But what I don't watch that reminds me of my childhood is Pen 15. Pen 15 is that show about those 2 very nerdy nerds going through high school or junior high. But it was so exactly what it was like to be made fun of in school. That it was, and I was made fun of like no one's business. I just couldn't watch it.
There were these boys in our grade who were not kind to.
Look, I need you to beat them up,
yeah.
Gigi. It just needs to happen.
Why should I?
See, I told you he wouldn't care. This is literally the worst day of my life, and he'll probably call me you just too.
I tried. I tried, and it was hilarious, but it just felt it was too soon. It's too soon. It's too terrible. Too accurate a depiction. Could not watch it. Never will. Great show. I'll never see it. What I watch that I'm obsessed with right now. The Eyes of Tammy Faye. That was so good. I mean, also, I remember each one of those moments. But it was great. And then I kept forgetting that it was Jessica Chastain. She did such a good job. And Andrew Garfield, I was like, how are they doing this? It was a great movie. The Eyes of Tammy Faye. When I want to laugh, I guess I watch Saturday Night Live. A huge Saturday Night Live guy. Times a million, I love it. I've always loved it. And I'm not one of those freaking turds who's like, it used to be. SNL is good today. It was good yesterday. It was good when I was 8. It'll be good in 8 more years. It'll always be good. SNL is always good.
Oh, I love Amber. It's so interesting, too, to hear about the late night shows that Amber loved before landing her own. All right, thanks to Amber for swinging by and hanging with us. We appreciate it. Coming up next, Judy Greer opens up about her dog, Mary, and how Mary's changed her life.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. In our My Pet Tale series, we ask folks, of course, about their pets and how the pets that they've had have shaped their lives. Well, Judy Greer has a beloved dog named Mary, and we even learned just how much Mary helps Judy when she feels homesick.
My little furry creature, her name is Mary Richards, named after the title, Mary Tyler Moore's character from the Mary Tyler Moore Show. I'm too young to remember it being on television, but I watched it, I guess I saw it, probably on like TV Land or one of the cable channels in some hotel room when I was on location working and feeling homesick, and it made me so happy. And I ordered all seasons on DVD, and I used to travel with them so that I could watch them on my laptop when I was traveling for work because it was so comforting to me. I also really responded to the Mary Richards character because it was pretty groundbreaking when you think about it. I mean, this was a woman who broke up with her fiance, moved to the big city, Minneapolis, Minnesota, in order to pursue a career in broadcasting, which again, at the time was very unheard of. Well, I had the most incredible male dog. His name was Buckley, and I had him for years, and he was my love and my roommate and my best friend. And, like all animals, unfortunately, he had to go live on the Forever farm with his mom, and about a year went by after Buckley left us, and my vet, Dr. Werber, who I loved, called me one day and was like, hey, I think it's time. And I was like, it's not time. And he said, I work with a rescue, they need a foster over Thanksgiving for this little dog, would you just foster her? And so that's when I picked up Mary, and she basically curled up in a ball and just I carried her around in a tote bag for 2 weeks, and then it was the day before the adoption where I was supposed to take her, and then all the people come, and I just lost my mind, and I called my husband, and I'm like, I can't get rid of her, and he's like, oh my gosh, I'm about to shoot a live show, fine, we can keep her, please don't bother me at work anymore. So my timing was really good, but there was really something so special about having this little creature with me that did, like, I think lower my blood pressure a lot. And I can't think of an exact moment in time when I knew she was staying with us, but it just felt like, oh, this is a good thing for me. I feel like I shouldn't have to tell people why it's so important to adopt instead of shop. I mean, there's just so many animals that need homes, and there's even now so many like breed specific rescues that if you're like, well, I have to have this kind of breed of dog, or I need, hypoallergenic or whatever, like you can find that. There's just so many animals that like are needlessly euthanized, every day, that could easily be adopted into homes. And I think that, fostering is such a great way to see how a pet's going to work in your family. You can find such great animals and they're so happy to have a home and to not have to live in those cages. And Mary's like this tiny little cute, like teddy bear sort of fox raccoon looking dog, but she's really scary if she wants to be. So that took some getting used to and a lot of training, and she has chilled out a lot. She's really feeling self-confident. She's really feeling herself these days. I started traveling with her when I go on location to shoot things, and I brought her with me to New Orleans to shoot the thing about Pam, and she won over everyone on set. And in fact, Renee Zellweger's character, Pam Hupp, has a dog, and I can't tell you how many of my friends texted me after that first episode aired, and they were like, is Mary in the thing about Pam? It's like, no, there is only room for one actress in this family. But Mary was there, and she was like running around, and she was such a cutie. Sometimes when she's like a little judgmental and mean, I like to think that she's like my alter ego. My favorite thing with Mary, I love going on really long walks, and Mary really loves to go on long walks. We've walked 7 miles in one day together. She'll just walk and walk and walk. I think she would walk until she would drop. The thing about Mary that's funny, like the thing about Pam, I just realized I said that. But the thing about Mary that's funny is that she plays really hard to get, but she's so tiny and cute that people they just keep wanting more of her. They keep wanting her. If she lets you pet her once, then you just like want to keep petting her, but like the next day she might be like, I'm not like feeling you today. She really does march to the beat of her own drummer, and she's not someone that can be pinned down, like she might like you one day, but then she might not like you ever again. Every day is a new day with Mary. That's what I always tell people. Mary has made my life better in every single way. I used to get so homesick when I was on location, and now like when I have her with me, it's so much better. She's gives me a reason to get up in the morning, and like on a day off, and sometimes I'm like, I miss my husband and I'm homesick. She I think genuinely brings a lot of joy to work. Like she runs all around hair and makeup when we're in the trailer, and she loves it, and everyone brings treats and gives them to her, and animals bring a lot of joy, and they definitely like calm people down, I think. And so she's just made my life better in every single way. Minus the dog hair, but she's little, it's not that bad. But I do usually have a lint roller with me.
Thanks to Judy for sharing her great pet love. Coming up next, Melissa Joan Hart reminisces over Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And welcome back. Melissa Joan Hart was only 20 years old when she landed the role of Sabrina in the Sabrina the Teenage Witch show. And she sat down with us for our flashback series and shared what it was like to work on the 90s sitcom.
I guess I would describe Sabrina as sort of quintessential teen girl, doesn't want to draw too much attention to herself, but happens to wake up one morning with magical powers and has to deal.
Wait. Don't come in here again. From now on, you use the freak's bathroom.
I was 20 when I started it, and I actually created it. It was an Archie comic, and my mom found the Archie comic book on a playground, and she sold it to Viacom as a TV movie. And then my mom kept saying to Viacom, this would be a great series. And they were like, okay, we'll see. And she kept saying, no, it'll be a great series. Like, all right. And she was like, this would be a great series. And they cut it together. She cut it together into a trailer and gave it to the network. And they were like, oh, this is a great idea for a series. She's like, yes, I know. So the series came together that way. So I never had to audition. It was my part created for me by my mother. The best part about playing her, so any actor, you know, we like to be actors because we like to kind of slip into lots of different skins and pretend to be lots of different people. And so having a series on the air for 7 years for a lot of actors can be kind of tiresome because you play the same character for so long. You want to stretch out a little more. You want to do a little more. But with Sabrina, it was great because I got to be everybody plus Sabrina. I got to be Cyrano. I got to be a trapeze artist. I got to be Cinderella. I got to be Rapunzel. I loved when she would take on some kind of personality or some other, wardrobe, or I was a snowman. I skied on Mars, or, so stuff like that. So that made it really exciting and different. And the actor in me loved that part.
We'll see how they like it when they don't have somebody to enforce the law. I swear, the first person I run into.
Aunt Zelda?
Congratulations. You're the new sheriff.
With Sabrina, I was definitely acting because I was definitely playing against my type. I was never the wallflower. I was always the one doing a dance performance in the middle of the room, or, and here's Sabrina who just wants to be like left alone and quiet and don't let anyone see me. And I'm going to hide over here. And I didn't quite understand that. So for me, it wasn't the most fun, like the things we were talking about before, like the playing the other roles or getting dressed up in fun costumes. That was all really exciting for me. But the actual character herself, I didn't necessarily identify with.
Sabrina, you usually have good ideas. What sort of a fundraiser would you suggest? Pancakes!
My favorite episode when we were filming it, and still to this day, I think, is probably the pancake episode. I think because it was probably my first time doing physical comedy, and I really loved it. I was like diving in trash cans and just playing like an addict like that, like just being like, I need a pancake. And like, it was something I could really, here's a nice pun, but bite my teeth into. Like I could sink my teeth into like that character. The fun that I was having playing like a strung out teenager in a kid's sitcom, it was really fun to play. Like, I know a lot of people get excited that Britney was on the show or NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, but I was always thrilled, and I requested, as the executive producer, I could do that. People like the Violent Femmes, Blondie, Johnny Mathis for a Christmas episode, who doesn't want to be with Johnny Mathis when he's singing White Christmas? Lonnie Anderson, we had the best time with, or Raquel Welch, I had such a great time with. And, all the men on set, of course, were like, oh my God, it's Raquel Welch, and I'm like, I'm getting to act with her for a week, and it was really fun. Getting to go from everything from pop stars to hardcore rock bands to athletes. Brady Anderson, I had a massive crush on. He was on the show. Some of the guys from like Baywatch and, like all these like hot, amazing actors and actresses. And it was just such fun because everybody wanted to come play with us. Everybody wanted to be on a magical show. Everybody's kids watched the show and wanted them on it or something. we had a great chemistry. Everyone was there for the right reasons. Everyone was there knowing that this was a great opportunity. Nobody took it for granted. Everyone rode that roller coaster as long as they could, you know, like knowing we're on a network show in the heyday of television, you know, not only making good money, but getting a lot of attention for our work. And that's what every actor dreams of, you know? And so we got to be in everybody's house every Friday night, and people all across the world felt like they knew us. It's been decades of hearing, you know, I grew up with you. I heard Daniel Radcliffe say it, and I've heard like all these people say I grew up with you, and you're like, what? So it's the best compliment, because it just means that they allowed me in their home and I was there with them. A lot of people, I was there for the hard times. I was there when they were in the hospital. I was there when they were going through depression and felt alone. I was there when they couldn't, you know, I mean, not just me, the whole show, you know, and a lot of people identify with Sabrina because of bullying or because of feeling like an outsider. You know, they might not have magical powers, but they feel like an outsider. And so I think that the show gave so many people hope, somewhere to turn to where they didn't feel alone and lonely. And I think that was like everything, you know?
Thanks to Melissa for chatting with us. Last but not least, up next, Gilmore Girls star Kelly Bishop and her love for Emily Gilmore's combative attitude.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, we're back. Kelly Bishop might be best known for her role on Gilmore Girls as Rory's harsh grandma, Emily, and she was kind enough to reflect on her time on the show with us.
How would I describe Emily Gilmore? I used to say Emily Gilmore is a piece of work. She's no nonsense. She's smart. She's conservative. She has values that are very kind of straight-laced. She's not foolish. She's up with current things, but there's a certain value system that she expects people to live by, particularly her daughter. What was my favorite part about Emily? Well, I liked the clothes. They spent a lot of money on my wardrobe. I liked her attitude. I mean, she was so difficult and demanding and hard to please as far as Lorelai was concerned. And what I really loved about that whole show was Amy Sherman Palladino's writing, because it's some of the best material it's probably the best material I've ever done. And, God, amazing. Funny, smart, on top of it, and as everybody knows, really fast. So that was just one of the many favorite things. I love doing the show. Lauren and I, the day we met, it was like, okay, I could do this. And she and I became so close and still are close. She really is like a daughter to me, and I really am kind of like a mother to her. We don't spend a lot of time, talking to each other or texting or anything like that, but whenever we get together, it just clicks right in again. There's just a real love and trust and pleasure. We have the same sense of humor. Yeah, she's great. I'm really crazy about Lauren. My all-time favorite episode Actually, the one that tickles me the most because it was so different, there was one where Richard, my husband's mother, who was a very difficult woman, had passed away. And I found, if I recall correctly, I found a letter that she had written to him the night before our wedding, I think, begging him not to marry me.
I know that the timing of this is particularly awkward since you are to be married tomorrow.
No way!
But your happiness is too important to me, so timing be damned.
She wanted Dad to leave you at the altar.
She begged him to leave me at the altar. She begged him in writing, and then she saved the carbon.
And that sort of sent me off. He wasn't there to support me because he was so grieving for his mother. That during that episode, I was drinking. There was even one scene where I was smoking a cigarette. I called it the Tennessee Williams episode for me.
Who was that at the door?
It was Jason. Dad needs to sign something.
Uh-huh. I mean, she was just out there. She was so un-Emily. That was great fun. I really had fun doing that one. There were a few episodes that I really liked, but that one was just such a departure. The zingers and the put-downs. Oh, boy. Actually, one of my first ones, one of the reasons I loved the pilot script so much, I couldn't believe this pilot script when I got it. It was so funny. And I had no idea who any of these people were or who the writer was, anything like that. It's when Lorelai comes to see her parents in the pilot script, obviously to ask for money for Rory's education. And I opened the door and I said something to the effect of, "Is it Christmas?"
Hi, Mom. Lorelai. My goodness, this is a surprise. Is it Easter already?
Or is it Easter? It was some holiday which was indicative of perfect writing of saying that's how often they saw each other. It was on holidays, Christmas, Easter, whatever it was. And then Richard, my husband's character, comes in sometime later after we've done this scene, and he basically does the same thing with a different holiday.
Hi, Dad.
What is it? Christmas already?
Lorelai was taking a business class at the college today and decided to drop in to see us.
Favorite moments with Ed Herman. I just loved working with him. We really liked each other so much. I know one of my favorite scenes with him was when we did renew our vows, and we danced to the song Bill, and he said, "Today," that was your favorite, your favorite song, and "Today you can call me Bill."
Emily would tease me, saying, "If only your name was Bill, then this could be our song." Well, Emily, for tonight, and tonight only, my name is Bill, and this is our song.
That was wonderful. He was such a good actor and very generous, very professional, but just a sweet, good man. Why is it still cooking? First of all, it's very intelligent. I mean, the smarter you are, the more you get it. And it's fast, and so you got to pay attention. You don't have much time to laugh because you got to catch up with what's going on. It's funny. I mean, it really is a funny show. But what I decided was that there's really an innate sweetness about it, which sounds kind of icky, but it's not that. There's a decency about it. And one of the things that when men started watching it, which they weren't inclined to because it was Gilmore Girls and all that sort of thing, is that if you look at the male characters in that show, there's no nasty guy, there's no jerk, there's no misogynist, there's no violence. They're just trying to make their way in the world like all the rest of us. And so what there is basically is an innate decency about these people. They're good people. Some of them are very strange, but they're good. And I heard a wonderful story last year sometime that very often when the troops come back from maneuvers in places like Afghanistan and places that we hear too much about, they very often sit down and watch Gilmore Girls. And I think it's because it's a feel-good place. It's like, this is what America's supposed to be.
Great to revisit memories like that. All right, that's going to do it. Thanks for tuning in to Popstar today. As always, we're so glad you joined us. Come back tomorrow and hang out with us again. Same time, same place. See you then.
Welcome to The Making of Today. It's a show about how we bring the Today Show to you every single morning.
For the next half hour, we are going to share the behind-the-scenes secrets from some of the biggest moments over the last few months. Are you ready to kick it off?
All right, let's do it. First, we're going to peel back the curtain on a royal encounter. We got to look at the making of today from The Hague in the Netherlands, where Prince Harry hosted the 2022 Invictus Games back in April.
Hoda sat down with the Duke of Sussex to hear about the event, his famous family, and life these days. Here's a glimpse at the action.
The crew and I landed at The Hague about 24 hours before my interview with Prince Harry. We took an overnight flight to get here.
So everybody's blurry because I watched Barb and Star on the plane for 1 hour and then ate and stayed up. So I'm delirious. So what we're going to have to figure out is how to wrap this day up, try to get some rest because the interview's tomorrow morning in Netherlands time. So we are going to wrap that interview fast.
Like with so much of our work, we are up against the clock.
We're going to get the piece cut overnight so that when we land in the United States at 7:30 p.m. Tuesday, by Wednesday morning it'll be ready. And just to show you how magical we are, we're actually going to get a chunk of it on nightly news Tuesday night. So it's going to be a full-on, all-out sprint, and it's worth every second.
Here on the ground, in advance of my interview, I want to not just read in, but I also want to attend the Invictus Games.
You just got a gold medal.
Oh my God! You did?
Yes.
Congratulations! That's awesome! So that when I sit down with Prince Harry, I can speak from my experience. It's now the day of the interview, and things got really exciting really quickly.
We're about a half hour before we start rolling with Prince Harry. Hoda's already actually met him. As we got out of the car, randomly he was walking in a very Hoda-esque moment. They saw each other, they greeted each other. We got about a half hour to go, so we're pretty excited.
The crucial part is here because you're on F28. You got to make sure that you're focused, okay?
Right now, there's a couple things happening. Hoda's sort of focusing in on sort of the conversation and what she's going to do and how she thinks that the interview is going to play out. And then there's also the crews, which are working on background, lighting. We're checking everything, making sure that we're in touch with New York. There's a lot going on right now. A lot going on.
And in royal fashion, Prince Harry arrived on time and ready.
My job is here with these guys and give them the support I can and try to work out what and how I'm going to do my closing speech.
Yeah, what are you going to say?
I don't know yet.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if I knew, I wouldn't tell you.
My conversation was as interesting as I'd hoped for, and I have to say Prince Harry was kind, honest, and reflective.
My sort of mantra now every day is, and it's a dangerous one because I need to make sure that I don't have burnout, but is trying to make the world a better place for my kids. Otherwise, what's the point in bringing kids into this world?
And the determination of these athletes and the support of their families will leave a mark on me forever.
You know, you land and you have a quick turn, and they always tell you quick turn. You got to go in there and shoot and get out. Well, I'm here, okay? I have met people who I won't forget, who've inspired me.
Now from one famous Harry to another, music superstar Harry Styles joined us on the plaza for a huge concert with tons of fans. And our crew didn't let the rain get in the way of this big day. Here's how our team made it happen.
Another rainy day in New York.
I know, with Harry.
Yes, that Harry. Harry Styles kicked off our summer concert series and brought the music. The fans. We love you, Harry! And an early morning for our Today Show family.
It is about 1:45 a.m.
It's 3:20.
We got here at 3 a.m. Pouring rain.
Producers Katie Ryan and Kevin Chattel have been planning this concert for weeks.
When we found out it was Harry Styles, we both raised our hands immediately and we were like, please let us take this on.
Katie's been around longer than I have, so she knows the ropes and I can lean on her.
But the one drizzle on the plan, waking up to rain.
The most challenging part of this concert, seeing the crew working harder than I've ever seen before.
Sweeping water off the stage just constantly. Everyone's running around looking for towels, trying to clean up everything.
It is a lot to manage.
Our production designer, Ed Helbig, created the stage.
We adjusted on the fly about a day and a half ago to bring in a stage with a roof. But we've been working on it for a few weeks, and we definitely worked with the artist to make sure that the stage configuration worked for how he was going to perform.
Ed and his team arrived 24 hours before the concert.
It's really miraculous to see it all come together in such a short amount of time.
Harry's fans lined up hours before the big show.
I have to hold this the entire time?
No, you are not going to hold that the entire time. That's not happening.
Our team facilitated over 6,000 fans, one of our largest concerts ever.
We worked with our security and the NYPD to make sure that everything was ready for load-in for our audience members.
It's 5:40 a.m. We're loading the guests in. Everyone's so excited.
You can see these barricades too. These are like the industrial barricades to keep everyone safe.
With the fans loaded in, now it's time for Harry's rehearsal.
I don't know if you Today All Day peeps out there are aware, but we had the artists come out around 6 a.m. to make sure to check their audio levels, make sure everything looks good, sounds good.
And from that moment on, we don't stop.
People may not realize or see is how we're always kind of setting up 3 steps ahead. So while something's happening, while Harry might be performing one song, we're setting up what's going to happen after the next commercial break and making sure the anchors that are part of the next segment are where they're supposed to be.
During a concert, he can find most of us on the plaza, dancing and singing along. And in my case, twinning with Harry. Our team delivering the best show, making memories along the way.
How do you feel?
Relieved.
Until we do it again all summer long.
And big props to our crew who had to set up and break down with all that rain.
Yes.
We love Summer on the Plaza. And up next, Today on the Road, how our third hour kicked off the best summer ever in South Carolina, and Hoda and Jenna's big trip to the Big Easy. We'll be right back.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys.
Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Welcome back to the Making of Today. In May, we took the third hour of Today on the road. Thanks to our friends at Verbo. We headed to God's country, as Craig likes to call it, South Carolina.
Yep, we set sail for sunny Hilton Head Island to enjoy beautiful views, incredible food, and to make a few memories along the way. And here's how it all came together.
What better way to kick off summer than to take the third hour to Hilton Head Island, home of beautiful beaches, low country cuisine, and lots of fun in the sun.
Guess what, everybody? It's happening. The whole crew of the third hour today. We're headed to South Carolina, and now, as much as we talked about it, now feels real.
While in flight, our Today Show crew was in South Carolina, setting up in our beautiful location. The minute we landed, we were greeted with a warm welcome, and it's off to our first location for a special shoot, a Buddy Up. It's time to get fishing. Our producer, Alicia, prepped us for what would be a fishy adventure.
We're about to go out on the Calabogie Sound for a little shoot with the 9 a.m. town.
Okay, so I'm on the chaser boat, which means we're going next to the main boat. And I'm listening to the feed on this phone. We've got Fuzzy here driving.
And while we were shooting on the water, our producers were back at our gorgeous Verbo Beach House, getting ready with the crew for another late night shoot.
We are planning to finish wrapping up our very special open for this very special edition of the third hour today. Carlos Gal on the drone.
After the show preps, we end the night with a beautiful sunset and team dinner. And finally, the big day is here, and the crew is working hard on making sure the lights, camera, and audio are ready to roll.
So basically, we're just going through the rundown here. First part of the show, we just kind of go through everything and see what's going on, so we know who's being mic'd and what we're doing, and that's basically where we start.
So I'm printing the show rundown, so they're about to have a camera meeting with the stage manager, go over all the set locations, and this is all the info that they need to know.
Then it's showtime.
This is a special edition of the third hour of Today, live from Hilton Head Island, South Carolina.
And we couldn't forget to wish our good buddy Craig a happy birthday. Happy birthday to you! That's a wrap on our time in God's country. None of it would have been possible without our amazing Today Show team. We had a blast.
Oh, it was great.
It was so fun. And speaking of, Hoda and Jenna always bring the fun, whether they're in the Big Apple or the Big Easy. Back in March, the dynamic duo headed to New Orleans for 2 special shows.
They experienced local culture, food, and met up with some famous friends. Today, contributor Donna Farazan has an inside look how they got it all done.
New Orleans is known for its delicious food, jazz music, and unforgettable culture. So whenever we head on down to the Big Easy, we know it's going to be a party. We are going to film 2 shows. We can't wait for the crowd, can't wait for the people, can't wait for the better weather, can't wait for the food.
We just touched down in New Orleans, and what is the most important part? Food and cocktails. So we're at our team dinner. Here's to a fabulous remote shoot. Let's go!
So let the good times roll.
Guess what I found? People who are excited for tomorrow. I am so excited!
Hoda and Jenna.
Go girls! We can't wait.
I'm going to meet Hoda and Jenna at a crawfish boil, which Hoda's the queen of New Orleans, so we know that this is not her first crawfish boil. But I can't wait to see how their day went. Come with me.
It was all New Orleans. Like we were just inundated with everything New Orleans.
Art, music, culture, food, poetry, drink, food, nice people, drinks.
Wait, look at my shirt.
Huda!
NOLA is my happy place.
The person behind a lot of it, Amanda. How did it go?
We had a really fun day. We went around the city.
You took us everywhere. Can we eat now? Yes.
A successful crawfish boil.
We had one of the busiest yet best 2 days working on this piece ever.
You cannot have fun in New Orleans. Even when you're stressed, you're having fun.
Now we're diving in. Oh,
yeah. From food time to show time. And it's the behind-the-scenes crew that helps make the magic happen.
We'll go in the truck and we'll just give you a quick tour.
You're on camera. I'm Donna. It's like a cockpit. You're on camera. Big crowd here in Jackson Square. And we're live.
And with the band in full swing, the ladies went marching in.
How do you think it's going?
Amazing. The crowd is so great. Very unofficial.
That's why the crowd's going crazy. Come here!
And Hoda got to share her favorite city with her favorite girls.
Come here,
New Orleans never disappoints, and neither does our amazing team.
We love a good trip.
Absolutely.
All right, and stick around because we'll be headed to our DC studio where our Saturday crew takes the helm. We'll be right back.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
During the week, we're here in Studio 1A, but on Saturdays, we pass the baton to our team in D.C. with our chief White House correspondents and Weekend Today co-anchors, Peter Alexander and Kristen Welker. Here's a look inside the Saturday Today operations, waking up your weekends from our nation's capital.
All right, so it's 4:20 in the morning.
It's about 4:30 in the morning.
This is the part of the day that hurts.
I just made my coffee so that I'll have some energy.
Never in 18 years being at the Today Show have I had a cup of coffee. True story.
So I just arrived at work before 5 a.m. and I have 3 minutes to make it upstairs before our editorial call.
By 5 a.m., it's time for our first call to go over the show.
Hey, Katie and Peter.
Welcome.
Good morning, guys. So, Katie, what do we have today?
So we're going to open up with Samara doing a weather hit, breakout weather hit on the heat.
Kristen will bag, then Peter to Jesse Kirsch, and we say goodbye, and that's it.
While Kristen and I get ready, the control room here is buzzing.
Where is everybody?
Actually, while we're here in D.C., our control room team is in New York in 1A with their own morning routine.
Morning coffee.
By 6 a.m., we're finalizing scripts.
Formula Fears.
Formula Fears, good.
And last looks.
Is this on purpose? Or matching?
It was a little bit on purpose. I think the blue is working.
3, 2, 21.
Go time is showtime, baby.
Joining on Saturdays, Samara Theodore and our friend Joe Fryer.
Let's talk pocket square, more importantly.
Pocket square?
Yes. Strong.
You want some real behind-the-scenes stuff here?
I
This is my secret thing. So if you have a little thing like this.
Saturday Night Live, only 2 episodes of the sketch show remain this season.
The studio is constantly changing.
6, what's my motivation? 4, 3, Eurovision. 2.
Well, the wildly popular Eurovision Song Contest will crown.
That purple disco club is just one look we can do. Let's show you around our DC studio.
This is the centerpiece, our studio, N5, which we love.
Take a look around. We'll spin James behind the camera. Spin us around, take a look. We'll join you on the other side. We have a bunch of different angles that we can use, and if you come this direction, look at our view. It's spectacular. We are literally just about a block and a half from the U.S. Capitol. This is our giant wall.
One of the coolest places.
Yeah, no doubt. And so when it's cold out, this thing cooks at like 150 degrees, so this room gets pretty warm.
Whenever we're doing a story, the backdrop a lot of times matches the theme of the story that we're doing. So
Speaking of matching, they take this shot of us, Welker. It looks like we're off to prom. It's prom season.
I know.
We look like we're days together.
matching.
One final thing we like to do each Saturday morning, the after party, our post-show recap on Instagram.
Okay, now don't start rolling until I'm ready. No, my hair looks good.
Yeah, okay, rolling.
Oh my gosh. Every time.
Does it ever get old? Oh my God, there's gonna be an ice cream truck? That's like a real thing.
Have a great weekend, guys.
Have a good one. See you. Bye.
How fun
to see that DC
I love that
studio
place.
and snag an invite to the after party. Well, now we're inviting you to somewhere here in Studio 1A, our dressing rooms.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so Dylan starts off with a tour of her space.
Come on in. I'm gonna walk backwards. It is very messy, but there's not much room. Got all my outfits here, my summer clothes. I often sometimes do my own makeup. So I've got that here, just food and coffee and whatnot. But my favorite part of this whole room is my wall of art from Calvin and Oliver. They are constantly drawing every single day, and I never know what to do with this stuff, but I have just hideous wallpaper. So I've been slowly covering it up with all of their artwork. The masterpieces, I think. So that's my dressing room.
Come on in.
Wait, this must be your shoes.
So these are my shoes, and then the shoes turn into the hoodies that I wear into work and I don't feel like wearing home. And now it's too hot to wear this, so they stay. Hair for when I want to do a ponytail. Random things, hairpins, clothes. I just keep like a little extra stash.
Where do you fit?
Hair products under here.
Oh wow.
Yes. And then I did my own makeup this morning. So makeup here.
What's your favorite part of your dressing room?
My favorite part of my dressing room is when I sit in this chair right here and I see all the people I love, like my work family, my real family, and then the fact that we were in the highlights magazine of all the accolades means so much to me because it was so special to me as a kid. So this is like my little happy place.
Well, hello.
What have you got going on in here? Wow, what have you got going on in here?
Well, let's see. Got my under desk treadmill. We got a standing desk. That's kind of good.
Do you ever sit?
No. It's just, yeah. I'm never in here that long. And when I'm in here, I like to get a few steps in. I only get it up to about 2.5 miles per hour, so you're not out of breath.
And you have all your memories over here?
All my stuff, pictures from family, friends, memorabilia.
Wow.
It's all happening. It's all here.
So what is your favorite part of your dressing room?
I don't know. Just it feels cozy. It's cozy, you know. It's nice stuff that means something to me. It reminds me of all the parts of my life that I love, both professionally and personally.
We each clearly have our own personal touches in our dressing rooms. Al's, yours is clearly the nicest.
Well, it smells the nicest.
It is nice, but our next stop needs more than a little tidying up. We're heading across the pond to show you how our crew put together a fascinating feature story.
Just outside of Manchester, England, Molly Hunter met American producer and actor Hopwood Dupree. Now, he's traded Hollywood for his ancestral home, and he's just written a book about it called Downton Shabby. Check it out.
So we just got into Manchester train station. I got up at 5:30 in the morning, got on a 6:30 train, 2 hours up to Manchester, and now we're gonna hop in a taxi, and it'll be about another 40 minutes to our destination, which is Hopwood Hall.
And that's where Joel Lawrence, our photographer, has already arrived. He's filming with a drone, getting aerial shots.
It's a tricky flight because we only have a very small area we can fly within. Tricky to get all the different angles.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Molly.
Hi, Hopwood. Nice to meet you.
What a place.
Welcome to Hopwood Hall.
I see some broken windows.
Yes. Don't look at the broken ones. Just look at the fixed ones. We have hundreds and hundreds of broken windows.
Hopwood takes us on a tour of Hopwood Hall, the place he has dubbed Downton Shabby.
So this is the morning room. Hopwood was just telling us this is where the family would have come for breakfast, for coffee, for papers. Woo, careful. You can see all the original floorboards have been torn up. A little bit dangerous to walk around. That's why we're wearing the hard hats so nothing falls on. Let's keep going.
Now I'm going to take you into the oldest room in the house, 1420.
Oh, look at that woodwork.
Look at how much time and energy would have gone into this.
Each individual
piece, wow. And the little flowers and all the little leaves and everything. This was to make this room special.
To what was once one of the more spectacular rooms in the house.
So this is the long gallery corridor. This is what would have welcomed guests. It was meant to be impressive and have high ceilings and very ornate ceilings.
And with Joel leading the way, we even discover portions of the house Hopwood hasn't set foot in.
I don't even know what's in here. I've never even been in this. I don't even know what this is.
You've never been in here?
I've never even seen this before.
The next hurdle, a doorknob.
Yeah, this is how we get around here. Okay. Yep.
Perfect. Yeah, okay. Well, at least this one opens.
And on our way to another surprise.
We pulled this wood out and realized that there was a groove in here. And then we realized there's a little keyhole and we realized this is a secret passageway.
To where?
It's locked though. I think this is where the gold is hidden.
Is there gold in it?
We never found gold, but despite that, back in the garden, Hopwood explains why he's committed to saving this house.
I thought, if somebody calls me in 5 or 10 years and says, Hopwood Hall was lost, it's gone, how would I feel? And I thought, I would feel terrible. So that's what inspired me to get involved.
9 years later.
9 years later, here I am.
Here you are.
Still trying to clean up dry rot.
Hopwood told Molly he hopes in about 3 to 5 years this could be a cultural center or host big events. I think 3 to 5 years might be a little generous.
It's gonna be a lot of work.
Thanks so much for that, Molly. Well, up next, we're going to answer some questions from you, our viewers. We'll be right back.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. We do this show for our viewers, so we want to take some time to answer some of the questions from our Plaza fans.
I want to know, what's the #1 thing left on your bucket list?
What's yours?
My goodness, there are some people I would still like to interview. I would love to have dinner. Can I just have dinner with Oprah and Beyonce?
Okay.
And interview them while we do it?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a small order.
What about you?
To have an entire family reunion. We've never had a Roker family reunion. So
Oh, really?
I'd like to do that.
I know you work a lot of long and early hours, so what's your favorite thing to do to unwind?
Do nothing. I'll take the Calm app, close my eyes, and just relax.
You know, we've got a pontoon boat on a lake, and I love to just kind of get out there, drop the anchor, crack open a box of rosé, and call it a day.
Sounds like a plan.
You're gearing up for the City Concert Series this summer, and I'm curious, what's your favorite concert you've ever been to?
For me, I don't know if it's a surprise, but Beyonce, I've gone a few times. I love it. I just think she's such a great entertainer. Like, you leave inspired and ready to conquer the world.
I remember at 13, I went to go see Little Stevie Wonder at the Apollo, and he was performing with Sam and Dave.
Wow.
And I've seen a lot of great concerts since then. That, and it was tied with my other concert that I saw the same year, Soupy Sales.
Soupy Sales and
Hey,
Stevie
do the
Wonder.
mouth, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a broad.
There's a lot going on
Yeah,
there.
a lot happening. Well, I hope you had a good time, and we want to thank you for joining us, and hope you'll come back. But until next time, we'll see you then. Bye-bye. I love the city of Baltimore. I've been coming here for years, and if there's one thing I know, the city of Baltimore is serious about his crab.
I love Baltimore crabs.
This is the stomp and grind of crabs.
And I've been eating crabs since the time I could sit up at a table.
It's a little spicy, salty, and savory all in one.
If I could describe the taste, you can't. You just have to try it. You just have to try it.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. When you think Maryland, you got to think blue crab, an essential part of the state's culture and cuisine. And no place knows how to cook it up quite like Baltimore. I mean, just as many ways as you can count, you can find ways to eat crab. Of course, there's your basic, your steamed crab with the beautiful spices, and you just start whacking that bad boy. You can get all that beautiful meat out. You can get canned crab if you'd like. Of course, there's also the fabulous crab mac and cheese with a hot dog. There's the crab dip, there's your crab soup, and of course, the king of crab, the crab cake. Yes, but this is a cake that needs no icing. Crab cakes have been enjoyed by many for centuries throughout the Chesapeake region. But here in Baltimore, they're a way of life. And one of the city's most popular go-tos is tucked away just inside the world-famous Lexington Market.
We're headed back to Houston today, and we wanted to have the best crab cake in town.
We're from Orlando, glad to be here.
People been coming to Faye's for years.
Yes.
Ever since I was little, and I'm 25.
People from all around the world come here to Baltimore just to grab a bite of the famous Faye's crab cake. It's made with fresh Maryland crab and family love. Everybody looks the same. How are you, my dear?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So good to see you.
How are you, sir? You looking good?
You're looking great. Got something for you.
All right. There you go.
There you go. You need one of those.
Oh, yeah.
There you are.
Now I'm feeling really crabby. Pardon me, I've got to get a lawyer because there's a clause I have to have checked. I've known the folks at Faye's Seafood for years, but they've been serving up fresh crab cakes even longer.
Hi, I'm Nancy Faye's Devine. I own Faye's Seafood. It's been in my family now for, 4 generations, and the 5th is coming up, so we've been around a long time.
I think people are astonished to see my parents at 84 and 89 still working.
You can get another 5 cans and do a second batch if you need to with them.
People ask her for an autograph, they ask her for a picture, they ask her to hold their babies. You know, it's really fun.
I mean, here's this company that's been part of Baltimore for over 130 years.
Right.
What is it about your place that has people coming back?
Right. I think it's that people come in here and go right away. There's a warmth.
Uh-huh.
It's like walking to somebody's home that's they're happy to have you.
Uh-huh.
You know, come and you feel, oh my gosh, I feel at home. And I get people, we were here 20 years, it's exactly the same.
In fact, Faye's still stands in its original location, founded here by John W. Faye's Sr. in 1886. Started off as a seafood stall, but over the generations grew into a Baltimore tradition, led by Bill and Nancy Devine, along with their daughter.
Damie Hahn, and I am the 4th generation of Faye's, so I do everything. Give them a little bit of a smorgasbord of everything. Going over here to fillet a fish, over here to shuck an oyster, over there to steam a crab, back here to fry, up here to make a crab cake, back down on the phone, running in the shipping department. A tray like that is about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bushels of crabs in order to get that tray. That's a lot of picking, and I don't think people realize how much work goes into getting an all jumbo lump.
Growing up, did you think you were going to end up here? You were going to be doing this?
No, but it was hard to get away from, and I couldn't see it going away. I couldn't see it ending with my parents. So
the pandemic hit.
Yes.
You really had to step up.
My father called me and I said, Dad, you guys cannot come in here. You know, we don't know anything about this virus and the effects, especially on the elderly. And I know you want to be here, but you can't. And he said, Damie, do whatever you do, whatever you can to make payroll. It just makes me cry when I think about it. He said, just make sure that we don't have to lay anybody off. I don't want to lay anybody off. I don't want anybody to lose their job. And we did it.
And I saw it back when I came here in the 90s, and I still see it today. This truly is a family.
Oh, it is a family. And it's funny because I often tell people, Mom and Dad don't treat the employees any differently than they treat me. And that's the God's honest truth.
Which could be a good or a bad.
That's the God's honest truth. And that's why you end up having so many multi-generation families staying here.
That's right. Fadley's isn't just a family-owned business. It's run by family as well. Multiple generations of employees, father and daughter, father and son, mom and daughter, all building a home here.
I've been here since a junior in high school, so I've been doing the thing for a while. I'm gonna say it's been around 33, 34 years.
And I started at the end of '79, a week before my son was born.
I started at 14 years old, and I'll be 42 years old in December.
It's always a challenge working with family. A lot of personalities, but you love each other, and it always works. You know, it always works well.
What's really bad is when your kids are grandmothers.
Mom, we were in the middle of an interview. Oh, you just broke in.
You have to start over?
Yes.
You were saying about the challenges of working with family?
It's just a few of them, you know? Just a few.
While the family spirit makes customers feel at home, it's Fadley's crab cakes that keep them coming back.
What kind of oil do you cook your crab cakes in?
Soybean.
Soybean, thank you.
So excited to have this crab.
And I watch people for the first time put it in their mouth and they go, oh my God. And they're standing at a table in a market. Yeah. They're not sitting down to a white tablecloth and having somebody serve it on a silver platter. It's on a paper plate, but it belongs on a silver platter.
Nancy created her recipe in 1987, saying she's never changed it. So, besides yourself, how many other people know the Fadley's crab cake recipe?
Sleep with her, she won't tell me.
He doesn't even know how to make a cup of coffee. Why would I tell him?
So some people use breadcrumbs. You use crushed up saltines.
Broken saltines, yes. And not fine, because you have to use more. Now, so, and then this is the magic sauce.
This the secret sauce?
Yes.
So it's just enough to mix the ingredients together,
right.
Nothing more.
That's right.
And the big ball of crab right there.
That's it.
Boom. Oh, look at this. Oh, boy. Oh. It was just like I remember eating it 26 years ago.
You know what? I'm told that all the time when people come in here. The best part about this is you haven't changed a thing.
Now this is a legacy. Well, we know how the crabs end up, but how do they get them? Let's go find out. Coming up, the generations of black watermen who've made a living pulling in Maryland's most famous catch.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Chesapeake Bay men and women who work these waters are probably just as famous as the legendary catch that they pull out. And in fact, it's back-breaking work that is passed on from generation to generation, including blackjacks. Those were the black watermen who worked these waters all the way back into the 1800s and are a vital part of this community. The Chesapeake Bay is home to a vast variety of seafood, but none as valuable or as well known as the blue crab. The catch here makes up over a third of the nation's supply, and on average, more than 50 million pounds of blue crabs are harvested from the bay.
I'm Captain Tyrone Meredith, charter boat captain, owner, and operator of the Island Queen II.
Captain Meredith knows these waters well. He grew up on them.
I'm the fourth generation waterman, and my great-grandfather, he worked on the water, my grandfather, and my father. We've been here ever since the 1860s, making a living, working on the Chesapeake Bay.
This has been the way of life for generations of watermen here in Kent Narrows, a town just 50 miles south of Baltimore. For hundreds of years, they've caught, processed, and sold blue crabs to markets up and down the eastern shore. By the mid to late 1800s, Kent Narrows had also become one of many unlikely havens on the bay for free and enslaved African Americans.
There's more black watermen anywhere on the whole East Coast, probably in the United States.
Those watermen, also known as blackjacks, forged their path to liberation on the water. Their expertise essential to the booming seafood industry. So much so, the government granted some black watermen Seamen's Protection Certificates, providing sailors with American citizenship and a path to economic freedom.
Hey, Lois, I'm coming up on you now. Okay, I got you. Yeah? Howdy biting today?
This morning it did pretty good. Well, being out here is your own boss. You do what you want to do and have nobody tell you, go get me this or go get me that.
75-year-old Lewis Carter still finds that same sense of freedom on the water today. He's also one of the last generations of black watermen alive. Every morning, before the sun rises, he sets out to catch crabs in the bay.
I started in 1961, I was about 15, and I've been at it ever since. Right now, I'm going down the line, and when I get to the other end, I'll throw it off. Crabs will come up on that bait. The pressure from the water pushes them back in this dipper. Okay, these are the big, large males. You put them in one basket. That's a female with red claws. Put them in one basket.
He's one of the last Mohegans left. There's not too many people that still make a living from the water. Most of them moved away, got other jobs, and it's changing because it's harder to make a living from the bay.
Crabbing season runs from spring into late fall, but changes in climate, cost, and labor have made each successive year more challenging. As younger generations take up new trades, there are less people working the waters and ultimately fewer black watermen.
Back when I started, it was a plenty black watermen, but they died out and the younger ones never taken their place. In one way, it makes me feel bad, and I don't think it'll be no chance no more black watermen. I really do believe that.
Captain Meredith estimates there are fewer than a dozen black watermen on the bay. Like many of his peers, he's had to turn to other work.
Back when I was crabbing teenager, I caught high as 50 bushel a day. Right now, crabbers catching 2 or 3 bushel a day. Now I started running charters, fishing charters, because crabbing started declining and the fishing was more lucrative money-wise.
And educational. His charters are an opportunity to keep stories of the blackjacks alive for generations ahead. Although tradition on these waters is changing, one thing remains the same.
Nothing tastes like the Chesapeake Bay Maryland crab. It's got that certain taste to them, and it's the only place like that in the world is the Chesapeake Bay blue crab.
Next, an up-and-coming Baltimore chef inspired by his family's love of cooking.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel phone?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Back in Baltimore, a new generation is putting a spin on the crab cake.
I'm Alex Perez. I'm the owner of Cuisine.
I'm an artist at heart, so cooking, the arts of culinary, that's something that I'm very passionate about. Not necessarily having a recipe to go off of, and just getting in the kitchen, freestyling, and coming up with a masterpiece.
It's that freestyling approach that brings people through these doors, clamoring for a taste.
Crab is king in Baltimore, so you're going to see crab cakes, crab cake fries, crab cake egg rolls. Everyone's been going crazy over it as well.
This is the bomb.
So I just come back for that, and I enjoy it every time I come here.
We actually live in D.C., so we rode all the way up here an hour just to come here.
Right now I'm drizzling our warhead and our aioli sauces on it. I have a family from the Dominican Republic. I'm Afro-Latino. I'm Black on my mother's side. And pretty much has always had a love for food and cooking food, eating food. So learning how to cook from my dad. So my dad taught me how to cook at the age of 10. I grew up, watching my grandmother cook a lot as well. So I started pretty much combining the foods that I learned to cook from my grandmother with the foods I learned how to cook from my father. And that's kind of like how the whole Poppy cuisine, was born in her kitchen, essentially.
That was 8 years ago. While working a full-time job, Alex began building a new business on the side, catering food out of his grandma's kitchen. In February 2020, he was finally able to open a restaurant. Then the pandemic hit.
Of course, a month later, we get the news that we have to shut down and only do takeout. So that just opened up the floodgates, essentially. And you had people standing in line, hundreds of people on the block in that mass, cars double parked up and down the streets. And it was mayhem.
During a global crisis, the city Alex was born and raised in rallied around him. Now, Poppy Cuisine is packed with locals and tourists alike. But the chef stays true to his roots, running it with close family and friends.
My little sister, Natasha.
Hi.
How's it going?
Natasha, my big bro, Alex.
I can employ family members, friends, and so forth, that people who I grew up with, people that I'm close to, and it's very rewarding,
Coming up, I'm going to grab my apron and join Alex and Grandma Gloria for a lesson in cooking crab.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
I wanted to meet Alex and his grandma Gloria, the inspiration behind his cooking. So I dropped by their kitchen to say hello.
Well, I know I picked up from my grandmother, my mother-in-law, and just put my own spin on certain dishes. I didn't follow it to the recipe to the letter.
So you're able to ad-lib a little bit.
Yeah, but he's always asked me when I fix a dish, well, what did you put in this? How did you do this? And I would tell him, I said, you don't have to follow to the letter, put your own spin.
And Alex has done just that, turning the classic crab cake into an egg roll. Genius! The ingredients, simple. A pound of jumbo lump crab, panko breadcrumbs, aged cheddar cheese, egg roll wrappers, and a couple of sauces and microgreens to top it off. There's the star of the show, the crab meat. Put on an apron. I've got rubber gloves on. All right, patient's ready. So how do we get started, Alex?
Yeah, so first what you want to do is say we have some Maryland jumbo lump crab here. So for the most part, it shouldn't have much shells in, but typically I like to sift through it. Just gotta see if there's any shells, and if so, you can put the shells right back in this container.
There you go. So Gloria, did you know you were helping raise a culinary genius?
Well, no, but I know he liked to eat.
This sauce in particular is our crab sauce mix. So we're going to drizzle a little bit at a time. I don't want to put too much, just enough to bind.
You got enough foul?
Yep, I think I'll have enough.
She stayed by me. I like this. I like this lady.
This is why I'm so particular about, when I'm doing things in the kitchen. Gonna start actually rolling these things up. Yes.
Why do you think this recipe is so popular at the restaurant, the most popular?
Well, I think because it pretty much gives you the ability to take a Baltimore favorite and then make it handheld and on the go. Throw in your hand
Kind of a street food.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons it's very popular, other than the taste as well.
Right. Well, exactly.
Yeah, because that's
you can take it with you, but if it doesn't taste good,
exactly.
Come back for it.
Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to take like a pinch of crab. It's around like a quarter cup or so. We're gonna sit in the middle.
Is that too much?
Yeah, we want to take a little bit out, a little pinch out. Actually, we want to put a little bit more in. Yeah.
Which is it?
All right, so that's perfect right there. That's perfect. And we're gonna literally fold them up envelope style.
What is it about cooking and family that is so important?
Yeah, I think for me, living a busy life as a business owner and a dad, a husband, and things like that, I feel like food is an opportunity for family to come together, talk about things, especially if you haven't seen each other in a long time. And it's a way for us to connect. So, here you go.
And Laura, is it true you've never done this before?
No, I haven't. It's true.
Oh. Could have fooled me that you never did this before. Look at that. Bam! Done!
Faster than I did.
Wow! Wow! It's a natural grandma thing. Love it. So now we're going to get the deep fryer up here and fry these bad boys up.
Oh, absolutely.
Woo! You have to describe the heart of your cuisine. What is it, and how does Baltimore kind of is part of that?
Pretty much my story, and I think that connects very well to our Baltimore, because, I grew up here, all my life, and I think everything that I faced during the time that, I started this company up until now, I've been transparent about, and it resonated very well with the people in Baltimore, and they watched my journey through the years, and I feel like that's really the heart of what I do.
Make sure
and crisp around the edges and things like that. So that's why I keep turning them, so it doesn't fry on one particular side too much. And just want to even fry.
Ooh. Nice and golden.
So we want to cut these diagonally. So I'm going to drizzle. This is our aioli sauce, house made, and this is our warhead sauce right here. So this sauce is kind of sweet, has a tangy bite to it.
Kind of like Gloria.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Yeah, and that's the piece.
Yeah, yeah. Crab cake egg roll.
Yeah. Here we go.
Wow. Chef Alex, you have done Baltimore proud.
Thank you.
Our time here in Baltimore is coming to an end. We tried the traditional crab cake, tasted a modern spin with crab cake egg rolls, and even went straight to the source on the Chesapeake Bay. At the center of it all, one thing still ringing true: food tastes better when you eat it with family.
Vicki Wynn. Thanks for joining us for Consumer Confidential Summer Safety Edition. Now, we're going to talk about keeping safe this summer, but we're also going to tell you how to save on summer essentials. With inflation reaching record levels, we'll give you some tips to make your money work. But first, the Consumer Product Safety Commission says drownings usually spike during the summer, but these accidents are preventable. Here are some simple reminders. The unmistakable sound of summer. Kids playing in the pool. But without proper attention, fun can quickly take a tragic turn. On average, more than 900 kids die each year from drowning in the U.S. Drowning is the leading cause of unintentional death among kids ages 1 to 4. And it's not just pools you need to be worried about. Ponds like this and other natural bodies of water can also lure kids. So we brought in Mary O'Donoghue. She's the Senior Aquatics Director at the YMCA to talk to us about some basic summer safety tips.
It takes as little as 20 seconds for someone to go under the water and not be able to get back to the surface. There are some basic tips that you can evaluate how your children are comfortable in the water.
Okay, I have my 3 girls waiting, eager to get into the pool, so let's go. We are all suited up, ready to go. Emmy and Odessa, they're older, they know how to swim. Renly does not know how to swim yet, and this would be their first swim of the season, so what should we be doing right now?
We're going to look for a Coast Guard approved life jacket for non-swimmers, and you're also looking at the weight category. So this looks like it will fit her. It's 30 to 50 pounds. You want to make sure it fits snugly.
How does that feel, Boo? Good? Next, the big girls are up for a quick water competency check.
You want to make sure that they can independently submerge in the water. When they come back up, that they can turn around and look to see where the safest place is to get out or grab a hold of and be able to climb out independently.
Check to see if they can swim the length of the pool and ask them to tread water for a minute. Lay down. Okay. So, Mary, what if you have a child that's not really into being in the pool?
And that's fine. Just let them be comfortable in how they are. Sometimes it's just sitting on the wall, putting their feet in. Having the Coast Guard approved life jacket on will ensure that if they do get into the water, they're going to be safe.
Pool toys are fun, but they can also be dangerous because they block your view of who's in the water. It doesn't look like there are any kids in the water right now, but there are. So make sure you take the pool toys out when you're not using them. It's also important to have a sturdy gate with openings that don't allow little ones to slip through, and you want to make sure the gate is self-locking. And don't forget kiddie pools and above-ground pools. Experts say children can drown in as little as 1.5 inches of water. So empty those smaller pools after using them and remove the latter from larger pools. And no matter what kind of water the kids are in, always designate a water watcher, an adult assigned to watch the kids at all times. Tips to keep your family safe while swimming this summer. Now, even if your child is a good swimmer, fatigue can kick in. So set a timer to remind everyone to take a break and, importantly, hydrate. With more on summer safety, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, Vic.
So, Dr. Azar, let's talk about heat exhaustion.
Yes.
Let's get an idea of, what are some of the warning signs we should be watching out for?
So the number one thing, Vicki, is that people can either pass out or they have a core body temperature of 104 degrees Fahrenheit. And most of us don't have a digital thermometer on board, so other signs and symptoms to look for would be confusion, headache, lightheadedness, dry skin. People think a lot, well, if you're overheated, you're going to be sweating a lot. No, people who have heat exhaustion will actually have very red, very hot, very dry skin.
That's a very good clue. Okay, so if you see someone who is experiencing that, what should you do?
So the first thing to do is move them into a cool area. So a shady area under a tree, air conditioning if you can. We have some props with us here.
Yeah.
If you have the, if you're near ice packs, let's say you're at a picnic or something like that, the places to put them under the neck, under the arm, in the groin. Those are areas where a lot of blood vessels that can start to cool the temperature down. A big misconception is that you put people in an ice bath. We don't want you doing that unless it was someone who has exertional exhaustion, meaning like an athlete who did a vigorous workout. They can go in an ice tub. Nobody else should go into an ice tub. And call 911. You should actually do that before you start initiating first aid because it is a medical emergency.
Okay, that's good to know. So let's talk about prevention. How do you prevent yourself from becoming overheated?
Well, it's really about dehydration. So obviously sun exposure is the big one. And I think people often think, well, I'm just going to drink a lot of water and a lot of fluids, and that certainly can be beneficial. But you can also eat foods that have a lot or a high water content.
Yeah.
We're talking strawberries, peaches, lettuce in salads, watermelon, celery, cucumbers. What to avoid? Alcohol is a big one. Alcohol definitely dehydrates. And we have here our good old
what about coffee?
So we did think for a long time that caffeine acted as what's called a diuretic, meaning that it made you pee a lot and that you would lose fluid that way. You really can't dehydrate yourself with caffeinated beverages on their own right. So if you're drinking an iced coffee, there's a lot of water in there too.
So that's
you can enjoy your caffeinated beverages, but just keep an eye on how much you're sweating and how much you're taking in.
And make sure you drink more water for alcohol. That's like an important rule, right?
Definitely. Okay. Alcohol in the sun is just a big no-no.
I know, but it mixes a lot during the summer, so people got to pay attention.
Does.
Let's talk about this, the debate over spray sunscreen versus cream sunscreen. Is there a difference, and is one better than the other?
Right, so if you ask, most dermatologists will say the best sunscreen is the sunscreen that you actually apply. And you know this, Vic, my kids are a little older now, but trying to have your fidgety kids stay still to apply lotion is not that easy. So for a lot of us moms and dads out there, it is easier to spray. Spray is fine as long as the spray is actually getting onto the skin. So be aware of wind and that kind of thing. I like to apply the spray and then make sure that you rub it in, but it's just as good SPF 30 or above. Reapply every 2 hours. Reapply, especially if you're doing vigorous exercise and sweating or swimming. Every time you come out of the pool, you have to reapply and let it sink in for about 15 or 20 minutes before you go back in the sun.
If you're spraying, make sure you do it outside in a well-ventilated spot.
In a well-ventilated spot, yes.
Okay, and I want to mention, obviously, you talked about we have hats, and of course, that sun protective clothing is important too.
Very, and you want to do, generally speaking, like colored, lightweight hats, that kind of thing. If you can look through the piece of clothing, that's not thick enough, right? You want to be able, it's more like you want it to be more opaque, light colored and light, but still that you can't see the light through it. Then you know you're pretty well covered.
Dr. Natalie Azar, you are the best. Thank you for covering sun safety with us. Good to see ya. All right, well, still to come, from grilling to fireworks, hacks to keep your family safe all season long, plus a warning about one of the top causes of boating-related deaths, what you need to know before heading out. And later, save or splurge, how to stretch your dollars on summer necessities. Consumer Confidential is coming right back.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No doubt you've heard of carbon monoxide poisoning, but did you know it's also a concern out on the open water? The Coast Guard says it's among the top 5 causes of boating-related deaths each year. Our investigation reveals how quickly carbon monoxide gas can build up and what you need to know before your next boat trip.
Go, go, go! Come on,
Ali Sidlowski was the picture of health, a Division I soccer player at the University of Cincinnati. But last summer, after a day of boating on an Ohio lake, Ali went into the water for a dip. She never resurfaced.
911, where is your emergency?
We're on East Fork Lake. A girl jumped in. She did not have a life jacket on.
And she's not surfaced yet?
No. The boat was running, and we think the carbon monoxide made her pass out.
The coroner later confirmed the suspicion. Allie's cause of death was drowning, with a contributing cause of carbon monoxide intoxication.
There's still part of us thinking that she's coming home.
It doesn't feel real.
It doesn't feel real.
For the first time, Allie's parents, Dave and Tracy Sidlowski, shared their story. When you got the call and they told you your daughter had drowned, so what did you think?
Well, I was confused because Allie knew how to swim. It didn't make sense.
Her parents say Allie grew up swimming in their backyard pool. Did you have any concept that this was a possibility, that someone could die of carbon monoxide poisoning on a boat?
100% no.
The U.S. Coast Guard reports 41 incidents of boat-related carbon monoxide poisoning and 5 deaths in 2020. Experts say carbon monoxide from a boat's engine can build up, especially while the boat is idling or moving at slow speeds, creating an invisible cloud. That toxic gas can cause lethargy, headaches, nausea. Too much, and it's lethal, which is why people should avoid breathing in the exhaust expelled from the engine, usually located in the back. The Sidlowski family attorney rented this boat, similar to the one Allie was riding, for our demonstration. Allie's friends on the boat that day say she was sitting in the back in an area called the swimming deck. You can see these look like seats. There are cushions, even a cup holder for drinks. But according to the boat maker, this is not a designated seating area. At the time, the Yamaha owner's manual said passengers must always sit in a designated seating area. This diagram highlights these seats as safe, but not the swimming deck. Yamaha also warns, stay away from the swim platform area while the engines are running. Exhaust gases coming from underneath it contain carbon monoxide.
This is not a problem to be solved in the owner's manual, okay? There should not be seats in the danger zone.
Attorney John Ustel filed a lawsuit on behalf of Allie's family. To understand how quickly carbon monoxide can build up, I used this special meter. Anything above 200 parts per million and an alarm goes off. With the engine idling, it only took a few minutes. Wow, we're over 400, 500, 600, up to 700 now, climbing quickly. We're at more than 400, 500. This alarm is going off. Dr. Bill Benda is a professor of emergency medicine at Florida Atlantic University and an avid boater. He was with me for the readings. We were getting readings above 500, 600, 700 parts per million. What does that tell you about that area of the boat?
That is definitely a danger zone, and you should remove yourselves and your children from that area of the boat immediately.
Do you think carbon monoxide poisoning incidents are underreported?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
It's because someone comes to us and they don't tell us the circumstances around which they started feeling ill, and so we assume it's something much more simple and common, like dehydration, sun exposure, alcohol use, seasickness. Experts also warn you shouldn't swim near an idling boat. Look what happened when we took our meter to this popular swim spot in Florida. What are you seeing?
300 parts per million.
Our producer, Joe Enoch, collected readings from the air around the Yamaha and other boats. Joe, I hear it going off. What are you getting?
I'm getting 100 up to 400 parts per million.
He even measured the air near these boaters who were stunned by the readings.
We're getting readings of 300 and up. You see how far away we are from the boat engine? Did you know that this is something that could happen?
I had no idea. That is crazy because every time we go to the sandbar, we leave the boat motor running so it could keep speakers running and stuff.
Yamaha declined to be interviewed, writing, "We do not make comments regarding current, pending, or possible litigation." After our story first aired, Yamaha updated their website with this graphic, adding, "Warning, do not occupy the stern of the boat when engines are running due to the possibility of carbon monoxide poisoning and falling." As for the Sidlowski family, they hope Allie's legacy is one that saves lives.
We can't bring our daughter back, but if we can try to save other people from having to go through this, we want to do our best to do that. It is preventable.
Our thanks to the Sidlowski family for speaking to us. The CDC, Coast Guard, and Marine Manufacturers Association say swimming decks can be particularly dangerous when the engine is on because you're on top of where the engine vents and the exhaust. So this is a potential danger for any boat. You really want to pay attention to where you sit and whether you start feeling symptoms like nausea, headache, or sleepiness. And we should mention, while shooting this story, we took multiple breaks away from the engines to keep ourselves and our crew safe. Well, one of my favorite holidays, 4th of July, but before you do anything, some must-see safety tips and hacks to make sure everyone has a great time while staying safe.
It's the 4th of July, and that means summer. Time to head outside and enjoy the weather.
And if you're like me, there will be a lot of grilling happening in your house, but are you using one of these to clean your grates? Well, the metal bristles work great for cleaning, but they can also come out of the brush and get stuck in your food. So here is a fantastic alternative. An onion. Yeah, an onion. Check it out. It works really well to get all that gunk off of the grates. And if you don't have an onion, another quick, easy trick, aluminum foil. Just take a ball and get to scrubbing. Also, as you're getting ready to grill that meat, make sure you keep it refrigerated. The USDA says anything that's uncooked, left out for more than an hour in this summer weather, could make you sick.
Serving adult beverages at the party?
I like to use 2 different color cups. Red ones for the grown-ups and the alcoholic beverages, blue ones for the kid-friendly drinks. There you go, Aspen. That way, there is no confusion. And it just wouldn't be the 4th of July without fireworks. If you're heading out to a big show, it's gonna be amazing. But one thing's for sure, it's gonna be loud. And if you are bringing your little ones, don't forget the ear protection. I like these ones. They go over the ears just like this. Jay's helping us out. Those feel okay, Jay? Awesome. And if you can't find those in time, well, these work just as well, the traditional earplugs. Now let's talk about the at-home fireworks. So much fun, but they can also be incredibly dangerous. So before you light off those 1, 2, 3 goes or the rainbow shower, wow, this brings me back. Make sure you've done your homework. Fire extinguisher at the ready, have it out, know how to use it, and don't forget, sparklers, very fun, but even something as small as this can start a big fire. So have the bucket of water ready, and when everything's done, extinguish it, and you're safe.
And of course, check to see if it's legal to light fireworks where you live. Here's a great tip for when you venture out into the crowds for fireworks. Use a temporary tattoo with your name and phone number, so if your child gets lost, someone can call you right away.
And you can get this temporary tattoo paper online, print it out at home. That's what I did. If you don't have time for that, permanent marker works just as well.
Pool parties are always fun, but here's some tips.
Be sure to designate a responsible and sober adult, I'll take that, thank you, to watch the pool. As an additional safety measure, there's a number of high-tech tools that can help you in case of a potential pool safety incident. There's this bracelet by Safety Turtle, and it will sound an alarm the second your kid hits the water. And this is super loud. There's no way you're gonna miss this alarm. And it works for your pets too if your dog is not a strong swimmer, right, Peanut?
And you've definitely heard this before, but don't forget about the sunscreen.
Reapply that sunscreen about every hour. We all have our phones with us all the time. Just set a timer, easy reminder. And a great rule of thumb for exactly how much sunscreen to use, the experts recommend a shot glass full. But really, you can never get too much. And just a reminder, every year animal shelters see an influx of pets who get spooked by the fireworks and run off. So make sure those tags on your pets are updated with your correct phone number and address. And also just keep your pets inside during the fireworks. All right, when we come back, your summer shopping guide, where to find the deals, and later, how to host the hottest summer get-togethers. Consumer Confidential is coming right back.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
As you know, consumers are facing record levels of inflation, but with a new season comes a need for certain items. So what should you buy now and what should you hold off on? Here with our summer shopping guide is Mary Beth Quirk. She's a shopping editor at Consumer Reports. So welcome, Mary Beth. Thanks for being here. So you and your team at Consumer Reports, you look at what's on sale all year round, and you're here to tell me what we should maybe be buying right now. What's on sale?
Yeah, so our experts at Consumer Reports track prices on products, again, all year long. So June, some deep discounts we're expecting to see. Things like drills and pressure washers. Drills maybe aimed at your DIY dad for Father's Day sales. There's going to be some things, you know, maybe you can finally put that gazebo up in the yard that Dad's been claiming he's going to do. Some other things that make really good sense for summer, like blenders. I don't know who would pass up an icy drink outside, maybe a nice fresh smoothie.
And these are expensive, so it's good to buy them when they're on sale.
Yes, it's a good idea to look for them, especially the full-size ones. You can get a personal blender. It's a little smaller, but full-size is better for making those big batches of icy drinks and things. Smart speakers is a good one. And popular, you know, maybe you're outside, you're inside, you're cooking at the barbecue, it's hands-free.
Right.
Cue the music. Maybe you need them to look up something for you.
Some of them are waterproof too, right?
Some speakers are waterproof. That's definitely not all. They can survive a little dunk in the pool, but you probably want to be careful around those anyway. And then some other, you know, big essentials. We don't have a stroller, but strollers are it's a good time to buy those in June. Maybe your kid's grown up a little bit, or you want to get out and enjoy the weather. And then while you're enjoying that weather, of course, a staple is insect repellent and sunscreen. This, of course, keeping the bugs away. Enough said, tick season can be really tricky. But sunscreen is really important because it expires about every 3 years. So you want to pull out last year's, or maybe you haven't bought some in a while, you haven't been to the beach, and just check it, make sure it's not expired, and then just go stock up on it.
Because if it's expired, it's not effective.
It's not as effective.
Talk to me about this. So obviously, we're seeing inflation hitting our pocketbooks every which way. Are there tips you have on saving for things that we need?
So inflation's hitting a lot of people right now. A lot of summer activities, or maybe some of those hotter summer products, things that are really in demand right now, like air conditioners and stuff. That's going to be a little bit harder. You just really need to plan things out and budget your purchases. You don't need to break the bank. There's plenty of times to save this summer, and we can get into some more of those as well.
What are the other factors we should consider if we are trying to make a big purchase, hundreds or thousands of dollars?
Right. So sure, the first thing, of course, is if you really need it right now. If something is broken, if your air conditioner broke, if your large appliance broke and you can't get through to the end of the summer, you might want to go ahead and splurge on that right now. But there are other sales coming up after June. Like I said, we've got Father's Day coming soon. Then after June, the 4th of July sales is a great time for larger appliances, mattresses often, and then we're expecting Prime Day. It has not been announced officially yet, but to be also in July.
Yeah, usually that's in July, right?
Right. You get a lot of cookware, clothing, like other electronics and things. You might see some of these on sale well then too, but those are some of the times you can wait for.
All right, Mary Beth Quirk with Consumer Reports. Thank you so much for our summer buying guide. We appreciate you. Well, coming up, hacks to make the most out of summer, from staying cool to being the hostess with the mostest. Consumer Confidential is coming right back.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
All right, now that we know how to stay safe and what to buy and when to buy it, let's take things to the next level and make the most of what summer has to offer with hacks for staying cool and how to host the hottest get-together. Melanie Berlier, the Spruce Group General Manager, she's here now to help us maximize our summer. Okay, welcome, Melanie. I'm going to bring us over here. Start off with talking to us about these products and how can they help us with our summer plans.
There are so many underrated ways to beat the heat this summer. When it comes to energy efficiency, one of the simplest things you can do is swap out all of your old bulbs for the newer ones because they're more energy efficient and they're not going to emit any heat throughout your home.
Nice, so you save money on the bill and they're cooler. What about these devices here?
So the dehumidifier comes in handy because your air conditioning unit is working really, really hard to cool the air and remove moisture from the air. But if you have a dehumidifier on site, the air conditioner isn't going to have to work as hard.
Nice. Oh, I love that. Okay, and then finally talk to us about the pillow and sheets here.
Sure. So bedding is super important when it comes to your temperature control, which impacts your quality of sleep.
Yes.
With a cooling pillow, you're actually going to remove heat from your body and get a better night's rest during the summer.
That. Yeah, it's so important to sleep with a cool pillow.
And at the Spruce, we recommend really lightweight 100% cotton sheets for the summer months.
Okay, excellent. All right, my family loves to be outside. We can't wait to get out there, use our backyard. Tell us about different things that we can do to stay cool, stay hydrated, and have a good time.
Sure. So a DIY bar cart is one of our favorite things.
Oh, that's a great idea.
It's so easy to do, and it's a fan favorite. So you just need, in addition to the bar cart, you need a beverage dispenser to display your batch cocktail of choice. You need super durable tumblers. Forget glass outdoors, please.
Yeah.
It's much safer to go with a durable plastic. And then you're going to want an ice bucket. If you're feeling next level, throw some succulents on there and a bowl of lemons and limes.
And staying hydrated is important, so getting a big size, getting everyone the liquids that they need. All right, let's talk a little bit about staying safe when you're in the sun. We talked about sunscreen earlier, and I think that's so vital.
Yeah, one of our favorite things is that we recommend a sun protection station. You're going to want to include sun hats, sunglasses, and sunscreen that your family members or visitors can choose from.
Okay, and then finally the sun goes down, you still want the party to continue. That's kind of the most fun because then it's cooler.
Yes.
What are some things to help us get through the summer nights?
So we love lighting. Wicker lanterns, string lights are beautiful, but when it comes to insects, an insect repelling candle is going to do double duty as both a source of warm, cozy vibes and a bug repellent.
Okay, and you know what we did? We bought one of those giant outdoor fans, which really helps to keep the bugs away as well.
Yes, those are a great idea too.
I love this wicker lamp. All right, Melanie, what about outdoor movies? That's becoming more and more popular.
Backyard movie theaters are so easy to create and they're fun for literally everyone of all ages. All you need are a screen, a projector, an audio system, a content source, and a few cables and wires.
You're like, all you need are these 7 things, but they're pretty affordable these days, yes?
They really are, and aside from the technical aspects, all you want to think about are food, seating, and maybe some mosquito netting. But
definitely,
everyone has fun in a backyard movie theater moment.
Melanie Berlier, thank you so much. So appreciate you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, well, that is our time for all of us here at NBC News. I'm Vicki Nguyen. Be sure to join me for another edition of Consumer Confidential right here on Today All Day. In the meantime, stay safe and cool.
It's Mental Health Awareness Month, and we are here today with our friend Leonard McKelvey, better known to as many. We only know him this way. At least I do. Charlemagne the God.
Yeah, he's one of the hosts of the syndicated radio show The Breakfast Club and the host of the late night talk show The God's Honest Truth on Comedy Central. But more recently, Charlemagne has become a leading advocate for mental health and wellness.
Charlemagne, this is your lane. I mean, you have so many lanes, but why did you feel like this lane needed to be filled?
I mean, for me, it was just a personal journey that I started to go on like 4 or 5 years ago when I started going, to therapy. And, as y'all know, when you have a platform where you speak to millions, there's nothing you're really doing for yourself if you're sharing it with people. So I would just come in and, talk about going to my therapy sessions every Friday at 3 p.m. And next thing I know, people were coming up to me in the street saying, hey, my brother started going to therapy because of you, or my husband started going to therapy because of you. And then I wrote a book called Shook One, Anxiety Playing Tricks on Me, that came out in 2018. And so I found myself in this role of being an unofficial mental health advocate.
And you just had an incredible conversation that you're going to share with us.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, I sat down with Nadra Tawwab, a relationship therapist and author of the New York Times bestseller, Set Boundaries, Find Peace, game-changing book, by the way.
Wow.
Also, Jay Barnett, a former pro football player turned family therapist and author of Just Heal Bro, and Dr. Alfie Breland Noble, a psychologist better known as Dr. Alfie, who works with me as the Chief Mental Wealth Officer at my Mental Wealth Alliance.
So we're talking today about mental health, and I wanted to call on you three because, y'all are experts in this space. I always say I just got some experiences. I'm not an expert. I rely on, y'all and y'all Instagram posts and y'all books, to help get me through. So I wanted to talk to y'all. How y'all feeling today, first of all?
Wonderful.
Good. Okay.
Good.
Okay, now for so long there's been a stigma attached to talking about, mental health and dealing with mental illness, particularly in the Black community. So I'm curious to hear what you have been told over the years when it comes to mental health. We can start with you, Dr. House.
Sure. So I think, I'm Gen X, so I can say, historically speaking, the things that I heard were you keep your business in the house, you don't tell other people your business, and that having a mental illness or dealing with mental illness is a sign of everybody knows it's craziness, right? So they're like these poles. You're either healthy or you crazy. And so we try not to use that word in our house to describe people. And then finally, I would say that needing to see somebody or seek care is a sign of weakness, right? So you should be able to sort of pull yourself up by your bootstraps and handle everything on your own. So those are some of the things that I heard most frequently when I was a kid.
What about you, Ninja?
I would say the thing I heard most was mental health being termed other things, like this person is eccentric, they are special, they are, stay away from them, all of these things, except this person has schizophrenia, this person is depressed, this person is anxious. Like, I saw that stuff, but it was certainly called a nervous breakdown or something else. But now we're starting to connect who people are to what their mental health diagnosis is.
What about you, Jay?
Man, the interesting thing I've heard was Black people don't go to therapy, they go to jail.
That's real.
And particularly when it comes to Black men and being a former athlete, one of the things that I heard often was that you don't talk about how you feel when it comes to your emotions and expressions, but the one thing that you do is you show it through your athletic ability or you show it through your performance. And also, as Dr. Alfie said, that word crazy, how many times did I hear, or did we all hear in school, well, that boy crazy or that girl's crazy? Because oftentimes we would see kids who got in trouble or kids who had behavior issues, they were either taken out of class, either criminalized, and now having an understanding, being a clinician, I think it was more of a clinical issue than it was, something to criminalize them about.
Why do y'all think that was? Why do you think it was that we felt like we were doing ourselves favors by keeping secrets?
I think if you think about what it means to have now we use the term marginalized, right? So we have these identities, and I always tell people, you are not marginal, you are marginalized. It's not who we are, it's what's done to us. And so I think when you have that kind of identity, especially as a Black person or African American, there's so many other things that you are fighting every day related to how people perceive your identity. So that's one of the other things I always tell people. You don't experience racism because you're Black. I hate when people say that. It's not because of what we look like, who we are. It's because of how other people engage with us based on their perceptions of who we are, right? And so I think when you carry that, you don't want anything else making you feel like the thumb on the hand. You want to be the four fingers. You want to be over here. And so when you add that label, that puts you over here. And I think for a lot of us, I can speak personally for myself and for people I've treated over the years, I hear a lot of that. I don't want to be different. I want to be like everybody else. And different is that C word, right? So I don't want to be over there. I want to be here with everybody else and treated normally and made to feel like I'm okay just like I am. And so that mental illness label I think it makes people feel alienated and pushed to the side.
Ooh, what do y'all think?
I would say I think there's a lot of shame. There's a lot of shame in Black families around admitting that there are mental health issues, acknowledging depression, anxiety. It seems like more of a weakness than something that a lot of people experience, even if we see drug abuse, alcoholism, broken families. It's like, don't talk about it, just see it and pretend it's not happening, and people have a response to that. They are impacted by that, and that comes out. And I think just not naming it really keeps those secrets going.
What do you think, Jay?
Yeah, I agree. I think shame has a lot to do with it, and I believe that shame loses its power in exposure. And a lot of times is that we've been so afraid and fear, what will we look like? Yes. Especially when we've already have been place or is projected of this inferior, identity that we attach to us. But then also is being viewed as inadequate when there's something going on, because it's now the question is, am I enough? What's wrong with me? And I think what we're able to do now is not only break the stigma, but also unveil that there's no shame to have to have the power to admit that there's something wrong.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
How important is it for us to have conversations like this?
It's so helpful. When we have those conversations, we're able to see, maybe that was postpartum. Maybe what I was seeing was postpartum. Maybe that was depression. But we need to be able to talk about it.
You made me think about something just now. Is it possible to even heal whatever childhood wounds you have if you don't get that piece from your parents, if your parents are afraid to open up about the traumas and things they may have went through?
The healing process is really a process, and therapy is progressive. Believe it or not, there's times that I know before I became a clinician, there was times when I was going to therapy, and I still go to therapy because every therapist should have a therapist. Let me just say that. But there were times that I would leave feeling worse. Because of that unpacking, taking off that Band-Aid, right? Examining that wound underneath. And many times is that you may not be able to heal the experiences, but also finding resolve is what we really need the most. Because sometimes when we're dealing with parents that are not able to open up and that are not wanting to address those certain things, we have to allow them that space to go through their own process, but then stay connected and stay intentional about our own process, because healing is not for them, it's for you.
Amen. I think there's, as a Gen Xer, I feel like the Gen X kids kind of sit and watch boomers and millennials like sort of go at it with each other. And I think what that does is it gives Gen X a little bit of a unique perspective, right? Because we were the latchkey kids. So we were the ones who had to figure it out on a lot of it on our own anyway. And I think what I see is millennials giving Gen Xers and boomers and older permission to start to open up about these things.
Yes.
And I think at the same time, what I see is that those boomers and veterans and older folks, like my father's a veteran, that generation, they did what they could and what they knew how to do at the time to survive, right? So I think the benefit, the gift that they gave us younger generations is they gave us space to have a little more freedom to do some of the unpacking that Sister Twab and Brother Jay are talking about. And I think for me, what I'm excited and hopeful about is that the younger generations give us older generations permission to think about unpacking some of these things. And I think what the younger generations are teaching us is that it's okay to not be okay. You know, you hear people say that all the time. You know, and I love Black young folks, so they're like, my therapist is dope and my therapist told me. And I think that being in the public lexicon, it really just opens up space. So that's, for me, I'm more on the hopeful end of seeing how the conversation, even doing this couldn't have happened 10 years ago, right? So I appreciate you for creating space for us to do this. And it helps so many people when we give ourselves permission to be okay with, I always say, we're perfect in our imperfections, and in every moment that we're growing into a more perfect version of ourselves. And that perfection is unique to each of us. So having a flaw, so to speak, that's just part of your growth process. So for me, that's what it is.
No, what you said about giving, folks permission is very true, because when I started talking about my issues, that opened up my father to tell me how he was going to therapy 2 and 3 times a week, and how he tried to commit suicide 30 years ago, and how he's been on 10 to 12 different medications, So it's just like, that helped me give him grace. Because when I started going to therapy, I realized that I had a lot of daddy issues, which is something men don't talk about. You always hear daddy issues and think it's just, you relate that to women, but nah, daddies do a number on the sons too, in a real way.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel phone?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCNews.com/planyourvote today.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Who should you seek validation from? Because it's something we all need, right? So it feels like everybody's environment is social media now, and everybody's seeking validation from these people that we know don't care about them in any way, shape, or form. What kind of impact you think that's going to have on kids' mental health?
You know it doesn't have, it's not real. You know that. I think for a lot of us, and a lot of, I won't just say young people, because a lot of folks that ain't
That's
so
right.
young.
Adults.
Same
Grown
stuff.
folks, now you're right.
There's a lot of grown folks. So I think ideally, I think we would all agree. We would say we need to seek it from within. I think the challenge is always, how do you get there? If you've never, I'm just listening to everything that my colleagues have said. If you've never had anybody teach you how to get there, how do you know where to start? If you don't know that it's okay to go seek out help from a professional like these colleagues here, where do you start that? So for me, it's you want it from yourself, but I always want to encourage my children and people I work with and the people you and I work with through the nonprofit Mental Wealth Alliance. We want to encourage them and give them some tools for how to begin to seek it. It's easy to say, seek validation from within. I think the hard part is figuring out how to do it.
Yeah, I would say we have to start looking at social media like it's a cartoon. This is not real. It's not real. That cup is not really there. They actually had those clothes on last week. We really have to start dissecting what we see. We have to start looking at images differently. We have to teach our kids that this is not a representation of who you are in the real world. People are performing. I was just reading an article about crying and taking a picture of it as a part of the performance on social media. So we have to be very clear with our children that this is not real. Some of it is, and you really have to use your critical thinking skills to determine what is real and what is true in this space.
And that's so powerful because I think as you teach critical thinking, what this also do in alignment is it brings a space or provides a space where individuals can learn unconditional acceptance. Unconditional acceptance will rid you from self-comparison. Because what it does, it allows you to be accepting of yourself. This is with your insecurities, this is with your flaws, this is even with the things that you think God made a mistake on. And it allows you to be able to say, I am enough where I'm at. And I don't have to be concerned about what I don't have and what I'm lacking, because what I have in this current moment allows me to be enough. And when you feel enough, that within itself provides validation that when I see my brother, there's nothing standing in the way for me to not see him as a king. Or when I see my sisters. And when I tell people is that I can only see you as I see myself. So once I have done the unconditional acceptance part with me, even in your assess and all your accoutrements and all those different things, I can edify you and big up to you, and it doesn't take away from me, and it doesn't take away from who I am. Because a lot of times the validation that people are seeking is because I haven't come to one with who I am, so I'm constantly looking, again, showing up with your question. Do you see me? Am I enough? What else do I need to do to get more likes? What else do I need to do to go viral? But when you are one and really says, you know what, I can accept that I did not have the environment that I would like, because I remember working with kids in the group homes when I first started, and listening to these kids, often thinking that wealthy kids had it better. Mr. J, all I need to do, man, I should have been born to a rich mom and dad. I wouldn't even have these problems. But then one day I brought in some kids that were from affluent communities, and I let them share their stories. The room was silent because it leveled the playing field, because you realize that the rich kid was battling, right, with the fact of multiple resources, but not enough affection. The poor kid, right, had all affection, right? Mama, big mama, them gonna rally around you, but was limited in resources. But when they looked at each other, they both were in a deficit. So now I didn't see you as being a rich kid who had everything. I now saw somebody who was just like me. You're looking for acceptance.
Ooh, that's beautiful. So where does it begin? Where does this healing journey begin? You know, I hear Kendrick Lamar's new album, which I love. I see Drake, all of these brothers are rapping about therapy. Now, I always say therapy is the beginning to me. That's where it started for me. I think that's the gateway drug, the healing. So, you know, where does it begin?
I would say therapy. In college, I started going to therapy when I was becoming a therapist because I wanted to figure out like what it feels like to sit in a chair. When I had my first client, I knew like this is a powerful thing to see someone be able to open up, to be vulnerable, to see the light bulb go off. How often do we get to talk to people and have that one-on-one interaction that is just about us, where we get to unpack all of the scary things, all of the things that we don't tell other people because we think it's embarrassing. We don't have that in other spaces. So to me, I think therapy is the gateway to healing because that is where you get your one-on-one attention that you need for the healing.
For me, I think before we get in the mental health professional's chair, I feel like I want us to have tools that we can use to help ourselves just gain a little bit more information and a little bit more clarity. Because I think there's so many of us who, when we say, I mean, we all know this, when you go to people and say, you could use therapy or I think therapy would help you, it's like, I don't need that, I ain't crazy, you know what I mean? So I think there's something about this baby steps. And for me, the first baby step is what can I do to increase my own self-awareness? So, I mean, I have to shout out what my colleagues do on social media. I know there's some difficulties with social media, but I do feel like there are ways in which watching Sister Nedra or watching Brother Jay or even watching what you post can give people some insights. It's not the end all be all. So that's one. Then I think taking advantage of resources from organizations that are out there, and I have to say it, where their purpose is to give you insights. I think if you can start there, I believe deeply in meditation. Start with meditation, start with deep breathing, start with just some reflection, start with journaling, until you're ready to get to a place where you can go sit in a mental health professional's chair and get that attention that Sister Nedra was talking about.
No, I was just going to add, I mean, as both of these sisters as eloquent stated, you know, it starts in therapy. And just to give some history on therapy, mental therapy was never for black people. Let me just make that clear. It was for rich white men. Even in grad school and all of our studies, the theories, the methods are Eurocentric. They were centered around studies for Anglos. Even when you look at the APA, and thank God, Dr. Bryant, who is just, she's getting ready to make some changes with the APA, the American Psychological Association. You know, out of 41,000, and I've said this numerous times, 41,000 psychiatrists and psychologists across the globe, less than 2% are blacks. So that tells you very few case studies, very few information, very few research on even how to treat blacks.
And it is a different way to treat us.
And it's a different way to treat us because we're not a monolithic. So we don't all, though we share same pigmentation or whatever, but we don't all have the same experiences. And I remember being in my supervision with white clinicians. I was the only black that graduated in my grad program. And I remember being bombarded with 8 students who were white that were working with black kids that did not understand how to work with them. And so when you look at mental health, this thing is still kind of new for us. And I'll tell you this, Charlemagne, had it not been for you, none of this movement would not be here. Because I remember when you first started, and I remember people saying, oh, he just, you know, I mean, he on this therapy kick and all of this, and you were so consistent about your journey. And people started to see the changes, and then it was not just a conversation, it was the way you lived. And that's why therapy is so important, because it helps to reprogram so you can have the ability to unlearn. You can't undo the things that have happened, but you can unlearn certain behaviors and certain patterns, and I think that's what's so effective.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The term mental illness, it can be off-putting to a lot of people who are not informed. And they may equate it with erratic behavior, but so many of us are walking around and living successful lives, but also dealing with, mental illness, mental health issues. How important is it to acknowledge success and mental illness, mental health issues can coexist?
One thing I like to do is normalize terms. So anxiety, everybody has it. There are different levels to anxiety. There is a diagnosable type of anxiety, but there's the everyday anxiety we deal with, whether it's us being perfectionist, being nervous, having some performance anxiety. All of that is under the anxiety umbrella. The way you're impacted by it determines if it is clinical. Depressed, how sad are you? How often do you get sad? So just using those labels, and it's interesting when you're using it with Black families sometimes, and you say like, oh, he was depressed. It's like, that's exactly what he was. It's shocking. It's like when you say, oh, he's very neurotic, he's always worried about stuff. Just using those terms like it's like, regular, I'm using them like anxiety, that's how we destigmatize it. We call it out when we see it. So we have to use those terms because it's not always mental illness. A lot of it is mental health. We all have it. Sometimes it is clinical, but most of us have some of those things that we can really work through with some tools and learning how to manage them. But first, we have to be able to name it in an everyday way.
That's real. So last question, what's next? What's the call to action? What's next for our communities?
So the goal is figure out what you need to do every day, just a little teeny something to do every day. Maybe that's therapy, maybe that's meditation, maybe that's exercise. It could be any number of things. And allow that to be your North Star to help move you and help you grow into the person that you were meant to be. But the most important thing to me is the call to action is to recognize and remember your value is in your existence.
What do you think, Adrian?
Take a step. The step could be reading something mental health related on Instagram. It could be watching a show and extracting what you need. It could be reading a book. It could be going to therapy. It could also be having an uncomfortable conversation or making a personal change, but take a step. Sometimes we get so stuck in the anxiety of thinking about taking a step that we don't actually take the step, but we really need to take a step. Even a baby step, a small thing can be a really big life change.
I think this is the next step. We're sitting in it. Because it starts with creating visual aids for people to continue to see this is what mental health look like, right? Now the world gets to see us have this conversation progressively, uniquely and authentically. The more that we're able to create spaces of us speaking about it and sharing from our experiences, whether it's clinical, whether it's personal or experiential, it's amazing, man.
Nadra, Jay, Dr. Alfie, I learned from y'all. I love y'all, I value y'all, I appreciate y'all. Just continue teaching, continue being the vessels that y'all are and helping us heal.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
This is the
Little Al Roker.
everybody? We've got a jam-packed Pop Star Plus for you. On the show today is the woman behind the voice of Bart Simpson. Of course, Nancy Cartwright shared some memories from over 30 years of The Simpsons. And Brian Baumgartner, who played Kevin Malone on The Office, he spoke to us about why fans love The Office so much. And later, Fran Drescher told us why every human should own a pet. And our buddy Leah Remini revealed what she likes to watch that might surprise some people. All right, that was a good teaser for you. Let's get to today's first item. It's Nancy Cartwright. She might be the most recognizable voice from The Simpsons because she plays Bart Simpson. She's the voice. She's been behind the naughty and rebellious Bart for 30 years in The Simpsons, and she told us what it's been like to be part of such an iconic show.
You know, when I was cast as Bart, it was such a dream come true for me because I think everybody has a little bit of Bart Simpson in him or her, you know, in them. It's true. We all have these personalities. We're such a conglomeration of so many personalities. I describe Bart Simpson as being a 10-year-old school-hating underachiever and proud of it. That was the description that I read in the original audition when I went. And I was supposed to go in for Lisa, but I decided I wanted to do Bart, and he just seemed more interesting than an 8-year-old middle child. His description was so much more clear. So I went in, and Matt Groening was there, and I had an idea in mind, and I said, blah, 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 blah. He's like, oh my God, that's him, that's Bart. And I was hired, boom, on the spot.
Eat my shorts. Eat my shorts. I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
I think Bart Simpson's probably got the most catchphrases of anyone. It's,
I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? Eat my shorts. Get bent. No way, man. Cowabunga.
whoa, mama. I mean, all these things are like, whoa. Score. It's such a hard question to answer about like what's my favorite. I don't really, it's kind of like asking who's your favorite kid. There's a good handful of episodes that definitely rank up there. Some of my favorites are the musicals. I love the musicals, like Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, you know, that's a really good one. Because that's that takeoff on Mary Poppins, and Sherry Bobbins is so funny, and the singing of it is just crazy. You know,
if you want to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter. If you wish to be our sitter, please be sweet and never bitter. Help us with math and book reports. Might I add, eat my shorts, Bart?
Oh, when Bart gets an F. That's the title of it. It's the first show of the second season, and kind of humbly speaking, I guess, modestly speaking, that one, it got a lot of attention. And it takes Bart, it turns him into, from the first 13 that we did the first season, that episode really shows you a level of Bart Simpson that you had never seen before. And he goes into, he just gets really, really sad. And he's super sincere about how he tried to study. And he starts to cry because he feels like he's going to flunk the 4th grade. And that stands out in my mind.
What's the matter? Well, I would think you'd be used to failing by now.
No, you don't understand. I really tried this time. I mean, I really tried.
Early on in the show, it was made very clear to us that the actors are not the stars of the show, that the characters are the stars of the show. And nobody had any problem with that. I don't think anybody had any idea that the show was going to go on, 33 plus years and turn into the icon that it is. But instead, we're all like armpit to armpit, elbow to elbow in one little tiny booth that was not meant for recording in. So we had like moving carpets up on the walls because one big wall was all glass, and when we spoke it would vibrate, so they had to put a carpet in front of it, and we would all share the same microphone, armpit check, and here I am very pregnant. It was a lot of give and take from all of us actors, but it was, I look at that and like, that is such a humble, modest beginning for what came to be, It's pretty cool. When I meet fans, it's like, it's pretty cool because most of the time I'm not recognized. Most of the time I'm just this anonymous celebrity, and it doesn't matter where I am, nobody, because I don't look like him, my skin's not yellow, 9 spikes, I'm not a 10-year-old boy. But I can have more causation over revealing who I really am. And so if it's just a spontaneous thing and I'm talking to somebody and I ask them, so what's your name? And they say, oh, my name's Katie. And I'll say, oh,
hi, Katie, I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you?
And it is just like the jaw drops to the ground. And it's equally fun for me. It still is to this day. I love surprising people. And it's kind of a cool thing. It sometimes pops people out of their funk. And isn't that kind of what we need right now? We need some kind of enlightenment. We need some humor, some lightness, some aesthetics. One question that people like to ask me is, why is The Simpsons so successful? How has it lasted this long? And I think it actually doesn't even matter what, this is funny to say this, what decade you look at, because we're in our 3rd decade. That's crazy. But no matter what decade you look at, The Simpsons has a consistency in the business model, in the way that it's done. It's got this family that has its own kind of rules or lack of rules, and they're kind of a nice, quote unquote, normal family. And I do think they represent a lot of people that can say, wow, that's us. Whether it's The Simpsons or all the citizens of Springfield, it's like people can find things that they can relate to. And that has been such a success, and the tip of the hat to the writers and the executives on the show.
Thanks to Nancy for sharing all those memories with us. Next up, we're revisiting the Dunder Mifflin Paper Company with The Office star Brian Baumgartner.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel phone?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. We have Scranton, Pennsylvania on the mind for this next flashback interview. Hard to believe it's been 17 years since the premiere of The Office, the hit TV show about the work lives of paper company employees. Brian Baumgartner played the lovable Kevin Malone and weighed in on why he thinks people still love the show so much.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
At least once a year, I like to bring in some of my Kevin's famous chili.
I want to eat pigs in a blanket. In a blanket.
Nope, it's not Ashton Kutcher. It's Kevin Malone. Equally handsome, equally smart.
Well, Kevin Malone, how would I describe Kevin Malone? I think Kevin Malone is a man of some unique skills, who is misunderstood in a way. His childlike sensibility fits into the rest of the ensemble of The Office very well. I had such a blast playing him and continue to be delighted by how fans react to him. I do think that of all of the other actors and characters on The Office, I do think that probably I'm the most dissimilar to mine.
My Kleenex shoes were a huge conversation piece, but man, my dogs are barking.
But, you know, look, I loved his ability to be in the moment. I used to say he has no memory of what happened before or any ramifications for what might happen in the future. But in the moment, if he enjoyed a moment, he was willing to show it. Often didn't think too far ahead, but I had a blast playing with him. And you know, our little group in the corner, the accountants, Oscar and Angela and Kevin, I describe it as kind of a perfect comedy triangle.
Well, I need to give my cat up for adoption.
The one who uses the doorbell, or the one with the Mexican hat, or the one with the rain galoshes, or the one that you let go around naked?
Which had nothing to do with us, which had to do with the writers and the construction of the characters. But the way that the alliances kept shifting, their specific personalities and how they played off of each other was so much fun to do for almost a decade. I think for me now, my favorite episode would have to be Stress Relief, otherwise known as the Dwight's fake fire drill.
Oh, here's a door. Check that one out. How's the handle?
It's warm. Okay, go to the back door.
Another option. Jeez. Okay, settle down, everyone.
And I think, you know, for me now, there's so many great episodes, but I think for me, what was happening outside of the show carries special significance for me as well. So I think it's a hilariously funny, well-written episode.
I saw a friend today, it had been a while. We forgot each other's names.
A lot of things spring to mind thinking about the finale. I basically shot the show my 30s. My whole 30s was dedicated to being together, which is high school and college, and then 2 more years, spending a lot of time with those people. So, you know, it was really knowing that whatever happened, the friendships would be there, relationships would remain, but we wouldn't be spending 60 to 70 hours a week together anymore. And that was going to be a huge change for us. So a huge feeling of loss, but also tremendously proud of the journey that we had and the fact that we chose to end it. We had a story that we wanted to tell, and we made sure that we got that story in and told it, you know, largely with the original people who were cast. I mean, I don't think anyone who was on the show could have ever guessed that the show would end up becoming what it has become today. I mean, we almost made a pilot and was never on the air. And then, you know, the fact that an audience picked up on it. I always knew what we were doing was special if people gave it a chance. I just thought, well, people aren't going to give it a chance. So I'm tremendously proud of the show. As I say to people, I'm a fan of the show and love watching it, and I'm so proud to have been a part of it. You know, in examining through this book that I have coming out, Welcome to Dunder Mifflin, you know, one of the things that we are looking at is why the show has not just survived, but has thrived 8 years after we have filmed anything. And I think that it's really about the people. It's really about the construction of the idea and the aesthetic of the show that was so really revolutionary and groundbreaking at the time, but the hiring of the specific actors to play the roles and the writing staff that was brought in, which are now the top comedy writers in television today. You know, it was just a special and unique collection of people led by Greg Daniels, who, you know, created the show, and his genius in finding the perfect people for their job. That's really why I think.
What a classic. We love that show in our house. Hope you enjoyed that one. Office fans, it was for you. Coming up, We've got nanny star Fran Drescher sharing the key to easing her anxiety. It happens to be her furry friend.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? Her name is Lester. And who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/planyourvote today.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. Did you know that Fran Drescher is a huge dog lover? She's even had a famous dog of her own. Get this, Chester, that's the dog on The Nanny, was actually Fran's real-life dog. She told us all about that and how her pets have shaped her life in this episode of our series, My Pet Tale.
I starred on The Nanny, and I wrote a part for my first dog ever, Chester Drescher.
Oh, Chester, I haven't seen you in such a long time.
Nanny, fine, please. He doesn't like strangers.
Chester was an amazing dog because he was extremely consistent in his behavior. We knew what he would do under certain circumstances, so we wrote towards that. And that was why every time, Cece Babcock grabbed him away from me, we knew that he would growl.
Oh, how thoughtful.
So we always had her do that.
You need some time to get used to you. I mean, you can't expect a dog to just jump into your arms and love you at first sight.
Mr. Sheffield. Oh, you got her a puppy? Oh, how sweet. Oh, look how friendly he is.
And it was great working with him because he was always on the set anyway. I'm always of the camp must love dogs. I have a dog now, Angel Grace, and I rescued her just days before lockdown, and then she rescued me. And for the first couple of months of our relationship at my house, it was just her and me. I don't think she really knew what was happening, but all of a sudden, it was just the two of us for a couple of months, and so it really did bond us. And we're very, very close now, and she's 3 years old, and I travel with her, and she's my service animal, so I'm just very grateful to have the first big dog I've ever had. And, she gives me added security and helps me through situations that sometimes would otherwise make me anxious. She's kind of different shades of white and bone, and I thought she was so loving when I met her at the rescue place and so sweet that I said, are you an angel? Did Simpson send you to me? And Simpson was the dog that sadly had died just days earlier from a stroke. I said, "Are you an angel? Is that your name?" And it just seemed suitable to her because she is such an angel. She is definitely a big part of the family. She's got all these other mothers who come and take care of her if I have to go out of town and I can't take her with me. Dog is God spelled backwards, and I think that dogs are here to teach us unconditional love, to remind us that there's room in our hearts to love another, even if you've loved and lost. And I think that every human should experience unconditional love. It's just a bond between two species that really is unparalleled. Canine to love and care for and feel loved by and share my bed with. Just be there as a friend and a companion and company. They're wonderful company. In fact, as a cancer survivor, I always tell other people recently diagnosed, make sure your pet sleeps in the bed with you, because at night is when your imagination and fear starts to run wild because you don't have the distractions of the day. And if you don't have a pet, get one.
Well, it's really nice to hear people's pet stories. They mean so much. All right, still to come, Leah Remini breaks down her must-watch list.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And welcome back. We absolutely love learning more about our friend Leah Remini. When she can't fall asleep, she turns to one particular show, and it just might surprise you. She spoke to us for our What I Watch series.
When I have to fall asleep, when I can't fall asleep, I put on Forensic Files. Don't know why. Listening to stories, people being murdered, gets me to sleep. That's probably, a psychologist would probably have an answer.
It was a delivery he never expected.
The older version of Forensic Files, the guy's voice, it's so soothing. And he's like, and then they found her decapitated. Something about the guy's voice. I don't know what it is. What I watch when I need comfort food is a reality show. Pick any one, Housewives of any state, or I watch a Love Island, or I watch Below Deck, basically Bravo. What I love about reality shows in general is that I just feel like it takes me away, like it's a mind vacation. I find myself not multitasking in my brain, like when I'm watching something that's newsworthy. I start to think about all the things I need to do in my life, things I'm not doing right. I think I should be a better daughter, a better mother, a better this, a better aunt, a better sister, But when I watch reality shows, it's almost like my mind is suspended. It is literally frozen. And I mean, the picture I get of myself while I'm watching reality shows is just kind of drool. It isn't, but that's what I picture myself doing because it's so mind-numbing. My daughter Sophia got me onto Love Island, but only UK versions. Like, we find that to be the better versions of Love Island. It's a little riskier. So I really tend to go to those, or like I'll watch a marathon of like Say Yes to the Dress. It's the not having to think about changing the channel or, so it's usually if I see there's 5, 6, 7, 8 seasons of something, I'm in, because then somehow I like fall asleep and then I'm like, wait, how'd I get on season 4? And it's just anything that has multiple seasons. What I watch that might surprise people, I don't know that what I watch might surprise people. I do watch a lot of documentaries. I don't know that that's surprising to people, but when people talk about documentaries, they're like, you probably haven't seen this. I'm like, seen it. Like, I'll watch a documentary on flies. Like, I just love documentaries. It doesn't really matter what it is. I just love real stories.
Sitting here in traffic on the Queensboro Bridge tonight.
I didn't need to prepare for the King of Queens because I am Carrie. There's no need for me to prep. Oh, she's a girl from Brooklyn married to a neighborhood guy who has a crazy father in her basement. Like, there was nothing I needed to prep for. I knew the character. I know the character very well. But you know what's funny about the King of Queens is that I remember our producers, when I first got the role, we did a pilot and our executive producer was like, why are you wearing makeup? And I was like, first of all, have you been to a borough in New York? Like, you know what I mean? Like Queens, Brooklyn. The idea of what a borough, was like, they don't get their nails done, they don't wear makeup. And I was like, first of all, everything from a borough, like I'm from Bensonhurst. Don't tell me, like, I didn't have a lot of money growing up, but my stuff was coordinated. Like my outfits were matching the shirt, back in my day, it was matching your shirt with your socks and like everything was color coordinated. So like the idea of what somebody from New York is like was so off that I was like, no, this girl gets her nails done, this girl gets her hair done, this girl, like, because this girl is me. So we're not doing sweatpants and I go, and by the way, if we wear sweatpants, it's color coordinated. What I watched when I did a good cry, oh God. Terms of Endearment, The Notebook, Steel Magnolias. It's about friendships, it's about family, it's about losing people that you love. I mean, it's just, and The Notebook just kills me. Every time. There's not a time. And then Moulin Rouge. I know that sounds crazy, but I cry every time. Every time she dies. Every time. I've seen it 56 times, probably just in the last year. It's a Wonderful Life. Every holiday, crying. Every time. Every time. What I watch with my family is anything my daughter wants to watch. It's not done by votes or even what her parents would want to watch, because as they get older, they have their own rooms, they have their own computers, they can watch whatever they want to watch. So if my daughter says, I want to watch such and such with you guys, I'm like, okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whatever she wants to watch, I'm like, I will watch.
Thanks to Leah for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Well, there you have it. That was today's Pop Star Plus. Thanks for being here and join us again tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye.
Hey, friends out there watching Today all day. So glad you tuned in again for our digital show Today in 30. It is Wednesday.
Got a big show for you, including Savannah's interview with Johnny Depp's legal team. They joined us right here in Studio 1A to talk about that stunning verdict, what's next for Depp. We'll have that and more straight ahead.
And then we got big news about a historic first in a cancer drug trial that seemingly cured all patients involved. Just ahead, Dr. Azar will tell us more about these unprecedented results and the hope they're offering, what they could mean for the future of cancer treatment.
Yeah, all that plus Laura Dern and Jeff Goldblum stopped by to tell us what it was like returning to the world of dinosaurs 30 years after the original. This is the epic Jurassic World franchise.
And then we're going to close it out with SNL funny man and life of the party, Bowen Yang. I love him.
Jen and I chatted with him about his hot summer movie, Fire Island. So we've got a party here. Should we
Let's
get this
fire
one
it
started?
up.
Let's go. It's time for Today in 30.
We'll start with NBC's national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. A very emotional day expected here on Capitol Hill. And as you said, one of those scheduled to testify, that fourth grader who survived the Uvalde massacre. It comes as a bipartisan group of senators tries to hammer out a deal on gun legislation. And one of Hollywood's biggest stars, a gun owner himself, calls for change. This morning, fourth grader Mia Cerrillo bringing the heart-wrenching toll of the Uvalde massacre directly to Congress. Cerrillo covered herself in blood and played dead to survive the Uvalde massacre. She's testifying today along with families of victims and survivors of the Buffalo and Uvalde shootings.
Gun access is certainly a driver of this violence.
It comes as the drumbeat for change is getting louder.
We need responsible gun ownership.
The White House getting a high-profile boost in its push for new gun legislation from actor and Uvalde native Matthew McConaughey. An emotional McConaughey and his wife, Camila Alves McConaughey, grimly highlighting a replica of a pair of green sneakers with a hand-drawn heart, worn by one of the Uvalde massacre's young victims, 10-year-old Maite Rodriguez.
These are the same green Converse on her feet that turned out to be the only clear evidence that could identify her after the shooting. How about that?
McConaughey pleading for compromise.
Can both sides see beyond the political problem at hand and admit that we have a life preservation problem on our hands?
Bipartisan negotiators now say a gun deal could be reached this week.
The American people are looking for progress right now.
Negotiators are focusing on stricter background checks, incentivizing states to pass red flag laws, and more money for mental health and school security. While Democrats don't appear to have the votes to raise the minimum age to buy AR-15 style rifles, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is privately telling colleagues he's now open to it, according to sources familiar with the matter. Later on Monday, McConaughey saying that after speaking with Uvalde victims personally, he feels that this time is different.
The main thing that we got out of it was every single family that lost a loved one or a child said, you know what, I just want some way for the loss of my loved one's life to matter.
The House is expected to vote on a package of new gun bills this afternoon. But again, this is all really hinging on the Senate. It is all very fluid, and we're now hearing negotiations could stretch into next week.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys.
Did you feel phone?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It has been 1 week since the Virginia jury sided with Johnny Depp in his defamation battle with Amber Heard. And this morning, his legal team is joining us live to talk about the case, its outcome, and the worldwide attention it's received. Joining us now are Johnny Depp's lawyers, Camille Vasquez and Benjamin Chu. And a quick disclosure, my husband has done consulting work for the Depp legal team, but not in connection with this interview. So with that aside, let me ask you, did you speak to your client right after the verdict? What was his reaction in the moment?
I think just an overwhelming sense of relief. I was speaking with another friend of ours, a mutual friend of Johnny's and ours, and he said, I haven't seen Johnny smile like that in 6 years.
The weight of the world is off of his shoulders. He's got his life back.
As you well know, the law does not favor a plaintiff like Johnny Depp in a defamation case like this. The burden is very high, the threshold is high, and he crossed it. Frankly speaking, were you stunned at this victory? Ben?
Well, we had ultimate confidence in Johnny and the jury and the facts of this case, and you can only hope that the jury will see it. And in this case, they did, and the verdict was overwhelmingly in his favor.
I should mention the jury did find Mr. Depp responsible for defamation for one of the statements made by his lawyer. It accused her essentially of staging a scene in furtherance of an abuse hoax. How do you square that finding with the rest of the verdict, Camille?
I think it's just the verdict is overwhelmingly positive for Johnny, and it was unanimous. There were 7 people that decided he was defamed.
Amber Heard's attorney was right here the day after the verdict, and she said the jury had not been permitted to see certain evidence that would have bolstered and verified Amber Heard's claims of abuse, in particular, therapist notes. What is your response to that? And was there evidence that was suppressed for a valid legal reason that might have made a difference?
I think that was very disappointing to hear that and to hear her impugn the character of the jury. And the evidence came in that should come in, and the judge was very fair to both sides.
In particular, she cites the UK judgment. As we all know, Johnny Depp sued The Sun, a newspaper in the United Kingdom. He lost that case, the judge finding that claims by the newspaper that he was a wife beater were substantially true. Now, Amber Heard's lawyers say that judgment should have come into this court case. What say you?
Was a different process, right? And also, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in this case were the parties. They had different disclosure obligations. So we disagree. The overwhelming evidence that was presented in this case in Virginia far exceeded what was presented in the UK, and we believe the jury got it right.
As you know, this trial was very closely watched. Social media certainly took off in a way that we've seen high-profile trials before, but this is the social media age. Do you believe the jurors saw any of that, were swayed by any of that?
No, I don't think there's any reason to believe that the jurors violated their oath. And again, that suggestion was disappointing to hear.
Yeah, I mean, Amber Heard's lawyer said so. She said it would have been unavoidable because it's on TikTok, it's on social media. I mean, in the old days, you'd tell the jury before they went out, don't read newspapers, don't watch the evening news. Now it's everywhere.
It is everywhere, but at the same time, they were admonished every single night. And they had a tremendous amount of respect, I think, for the court and the process, and they were doing the best that they could.
Yeah. Support for Johnny Depp online was exponentially greater than for Amber Heard. Just one example, on TikTok, the Justice for Amber Heard hashtag has 27 million views. Justice for Johnny Depp, 20 billion. Heard's attorneys have suggested that perhaps this is because of an orchestrated campaign on behalf of Johnny Depp. Do you know anything about an online campaign on behalf of Johnny Depp?
That is utterly baseless. In fact, very early in the case, the prior Chief Judge White had thrown out a count in the counterclaims that related to that. It was absolutely absurd and baseless.
And you know for a fact that neither he nor his agents nor anyone tried to, in some way, pay for or otherwise encourage this kind of social media activity.
False. Categorically false.
Why do you think the jury didn't believe her? Because when you look at the verdict, it really comes down to that. The issue was, is what she's saying true or false? And by their verdict, they said, it's false.
Well, my sense is that it had a lot to do with accountability, that Johnny owned his issues. He was very candid about his alcohol and drug issues. He was candid about some unfortunate texts that he wrote, and I think it was a sharp contrast to Ms. Heard, who didn't seem, or at least the jury may have perceived, that she didn't take accountability for anything.
As you know, this has been closely watched, and in the Me Too context, some people have wondered whether there is a larger resonance to this trial, whether it sends a message. Do you see any larger message beyond the case you tried?
No. I mean, frankly, we don't. We're here to talk about the case that we tried, right? We encourage all victims to come forward, have their day in court, which is exactly what happened in this case.
Do you feel confident in your appeal? Ms. Hart does intend to appeal.
We feel very confident that there are no errors that would justify any kind of successful appeal.
And then finally, I have to ask you, not since OJ, perhaps, has the trial been so closely watched and the lawyers become famous people in their own right. What has that been like for you, particularly you, Camille? I think I saw someone on social media get a tattoo of your face on their body, which is weird.
It's been overwhelming and surreal, but to the extent that I can encourage young women to stay in school and maybe inspire them to pursue a legal career, then it's all worth it.
Well, I understand you got a promotion yesterday to partner.
Well deserved.
I was going to say, about time, other partner, right? Camille Vasquez, Ben Chu. Just saying. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well, we are back with In Depth today and some very hopeful news for the tens of thousands of Americans who are diagnosed every year with rectal cancer. It's one of the most lethal kinds.
Well, in a new study, an immunotherapy drug delivered unheard of results. Every single patient involved in this trial seemingly cured.
Yeah, that headline just grabbed us. NBC medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us with what we need to know. Dr. Azar, when I saw this headline, I was like, this is a miracle. This is what we've been waiting for. It's a small group, just 12 people, but what does this particular study tell you?
I know, Hoda. I'm so happy to be reporting this morning. So this was immunotherapy that is used in what's called locally advanced rectal cancer. So that's stage 2 or stage 3. That means it's gone to the lymph nodes, but it hasn't metastasized. And the standard of care for this kind of cancer usually involves chemotherapy, radiation, and then surgery, which, as you can imagine, leaves people with significant disability. And only about 25% of those folks will have a clinical remission. With this immunotherapy, the patients that they study, they want to enroll 30. They've enrolled 16. We have data on 12. All 12 of them experienced a complete clinical remission after 6 months.
It's astonishing.
I know. And it's like, you almost want to say that again, because yes, it's a small number, but that's 100%.
Yeah.
And, the researchers involved in this trial have said, what makes this so different? Because not all immunotherapy is this dramatically successful. Is there something about the gut microbiome? They're sort of speculating as to why. But nonetheless, this is what happened. It's important to note that immunotherapy, of course, does not work for every person with rectal cancer. Only about 5 to 10% of people with rectal cancer have that right mutation that this particular drug targeted. But nonetheless, for the folks who experience this kind of, treatment response, it is life-changing.
I mean, a lot of folks are watching and listening and wondering, what could this mean for other types of cancer, other treatments?
And so this is what is so special and unique about immunotherapy, is that it's not specific to an organ. It's specific to this mutation that multiple different cancers actually have. So it was used in rectal cancer, but it's being studied in a variety of other cancers. I think we have a graphic for our viewers. It can be used in gastrointestinal cancers, endometrial cancer, breast, prostate, bladder, thyroid. And these researchers are also enrolling folks with early pancreatic cancer, which we know, of course, is traditionally very challenging to treat.
Guys, it's time for our morning boost. Here we go. So a boy who won a new bicycle had one problem. He did not know how to ride it, but he did know how to keep his spirits up while he learned. So after starting with, a nasty fall, he gets back up. No, gets right back up on his feet, does a little dance. Oh, yeah? Wow. I got it. And then he climbs back up, and he is going to give it another try. I bet you it is not long before he figures out that bike. Don't you worry, little one.
Okay, I love that lesson for life. Yeah. If you fall, get back up, but also get back up and dance.
Do a little dance.
Yeah.
A little dance.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
They helped launch a global phenomenon when they unleashed Jurassic Park on the world in 1993. Y'all, it is 30 years later, just about, and we're back. Y'all, welcome back. It's so good to see you.
Oh, it's so beautiful to see you.
Okay,
and see everybody.
by the way, your crowd is so pumped up for this movie. I mean, the first movie was about the dinosaurs and all that, but it was more about the chemistry. So here you are 30 years later. The band is back together. Will you tell us what it was like, what the moments were like reuniting?
Well, and Jeff's heard this. One of my favorite memories is walking onto set, and we'd all seen each other, but I saw our beloved Sam Neill with Dr. Alan Grant's hat on, and I turned to my right, and here comes Jeff in Dr. Ian Malcolm's black leather jacket. And we got into a Jeep together for our first scene together, and we looked out the windshield. Our director was taking a photo. We were getting ready to do the shot, and crew members were gathered around. Some were smiling or clapping. Several people started crying, and we got very emotional just because we've all shared this first movie together. You know, we all grew up with it, and there was something very nostalgic about being back together.
Jeff, we had Chris Pratt on. He was pinching himself that he was with you guys.
He
a lot
to
of
pinch
that.
himself a lot. I noticed that.
Yes,
What's the matter with that guy?
A lot of these guys, though, they grew up watching it too, and now they're kind of awestruck to be starring with you. But what makes this magic last, Jeff, for 30 years?
Well, what, Jurassic magic? Laura Dern, you know, the people. And, you know, Sam, well, it came from a great book. Michael Crichton wrote that book a long time ago, interesting ideas, and then Steven Spielberg turned it into a good movie. And the technology coincided with our first movie so that they brought dinosaurs to life like they'd never been. But then, I'm serious, you know, Laura Dern, you know, those characters were, you know, beautiful. Laura can't do anything that she had already done so much. You'd seen all those things she'd done before. She'd already done Smooth Talk and Ramblin' Rose and Blue Velvet and Wild at Heart. And we started.
My agent,
well,
and also
we started around the same time. We did a movie. You know, you in 1973, you were doing Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore, and I was doing Death Wish. We've been in movies about the same amount of time.
Well, and Jeff, at this beautiful stage in your career, you've got 2 babies.
Yes.
Ages 5?
5, and like yours, and almost 7.
5 and 7.
You've got 3 and 5.
I've got 3 and 5. But I have a question. Having your kids watch this movie, have you debated whether or not your 5-year-old is going to be watching this?
Yes. And we have plans. We bought tickets for this coming weekend. When it opens, we're going to go, and they've never been to a movie theater before.
Aren't you a little worried they're going to be kind of scared of these crazy
I
dragons?
am worried. They're sensitive. They say, we're not scared of anything, But we showed them Jurassic Park and the second one on TV.
Yeah.
And, the first time, they've seen it a couple of times. The first time they were, But if I said, I'll be close, if you get scared, I'll walk you out.
And they were with us, the most amazing boys in the world, and his amazing wife, Emily. We all lived together for these 5 months in the middle of the pandemic to make the film. So they also kind of know the behind the scenes.
They went into the creature shop and saw the things being made, And
I love that. Laura, on the cover of Variety magazine, who graced the cover but Miss Laura Dern. Laura, I think this is so incredible, first of all, that you're on the cover. Secondly, I just think your character, it's so funny. Sometimes you play a character and you think, well, I'm playing a character for a minute. When you played your character in Jurassic World, the first one, so many young girls made career choices based on this character. They chose marine biology. Do people come up to you and talk about that?
They do, and I was just sharing that an amazing congresswoman recently said to me that it was Dr. Ellie Sattler that made her believe that she could be empowered and have gender equity because of this film that, with Steven's leadership and our producer Kathy Kennedy, we wanted an equal partner in the story to the male characters, which, as you know well, was rare in film.
Speaking of male characters and your chest, you had an unbuttoned look that I think we're all very familiar with.
All too familiar and very male. Speaking of, you can't get more male.
May I see this? May I see the book? Do you mind?
Oh no! You mustn't torment me with this.
We happen to have this.
Watch this.
What?
Here.
Are you doing it?
Yeah. No, I'm not.
You're not? Okay. Let's open this up.
Oh yeah, may I? Have you seen this?
No.
I've seen a prototype of this. I didn't know you were going to have this. Watch. Okay. God creates dinosaurs, and then your line, woman inherits the earth.
Okay.
But this is the book that ostensibly Ian Malcolm wrote. Okay. Watch this. Look what they made. And then there's me.
Wait, hold on. I can't. There you are. Wait, look at you.
Everything's still off. I've got lines from it. Yes. Yes.
Oh my God.
Push my head and I speak a line.
Do you remember these lines? This is the best thing ever, y'all.
I mean, everyone needs
to. Just one button.
There you go. Look at that. For you. Just for you. Just for you.
We are so excited for this movie. Are y'all excited? Thank you so much. By the way, we have Bryce Dallas Howard who's going to stop by our next hour. Thank you all for visiting. Congratulations to both of you. We love you. Jurassic World Dominion from our parent company, NBC Universal, hits theaters on Friday. And everyone here's got a ticket. So we're going to...
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The midterms are here. It's time to plan your vote. We'll provide everything you need to know to successfully cast your ballot. Just select any state you want to learn about for the primary or general election, and you'll instantly get voting rules, see the next big deadline, and learn how to take action for your plan. Voting rules have changed since 2020, and those rules vary from state to state. So it's time to get planning for 2022. Visit NBCnews.com/plan your vote today.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, you guys know Bowen Yang from his hilarious sketches on SNL. We could watch The Iceberg ahead a million times.
We watched, by the way, I think we did watch it on the show at least 500,000. And you know, Matt Rogers' first breakout performance in Showtime's I Love That for You.
Oh my God, we love that show. Together, these two, by the way, who are best friends, create comedy gold. First grabbing the attention on their hit podcast, Las Culturistas, and now starring in a new movie. It's called Fire Island, a Pride and Prejudice-inspired rom-com. Take a look.
Don't you even think? Do not pass on this icon. No. The defense is wrong. No, the defense is wrong. No, the defense is wrong. And Joe Pesci, look, how do you know? And she goes, I'm positive. I'm positive.
Penelope Cruz.
Oh, my biological clock is ticking like this. And the way this case is going, I ain't never getting married.
Oh my
The answer was
Marissa Tomei.
All right.
Know that you're not invited to our party.
By the way, how cool is this? Y'all are best friends. You happen to have a hit show. I mean, is this like the perfect storm of life for you guys right now?
I can't believe it.
It's wild.
It's truly wild. I mean, we've known each other for like 12 years at this point.
Yeah, and we met at NYU. I was in the sketch group there. He was in the improv group there, and we were both the only gays in the group. So everyone was like, "Be friends, be friends." And we're like, "We're not just gonna be friends just because we're gay."
And then one day at a party, a Nicki Minaj song came on, and we both knew the lyrics.
Yeah,
and
every word.
Every word.
Can you still do it?
Yeah.
It was
Let's
called
go.
Roman's Revenge, and it's not really daytime friendly,
You
but we
can
can
do
give
it
it a
without
shot.
the beat.
Whip it out.
We can do it.
Yeah.
Here, ready? I'm not Jasmine.
I am Aladdin, so far ahead, these bums is lagging.
See me in that new thing, bums is lagging.
I'm starting to feel like a dungeon dragon. Rah, like a dungeon dragon. I'm starting to feel like a dungeon dragon, etc. And then it gets kind of like unsafe for
a little unsavory.
all the people out there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It's very Nicki.
Were you guys never competitive? I mean, since you're in the same field and you...
Oh, I mean...
Is this about to get deep and real?
About to get deep?
Trying to get deep and real, Hoda?
Should we say?
What you got?
Should we say? Okay, so Matt and I actually auditioned the same time for SNL.
Yeah. Okay.
And it was a really crazy moment when I got the job and I was like, my best friend did it. But then now, look, we like diverged in our paths.
Yeah.
And he's doing so well. And then we got to like link up again for this movie.
It's really, it was formative for us, like to go through that. We've been through a lot.
Yeah.
And I think that that's something with really close friendship that you also see in the movie too. Like there's ups and downs between like this chosen family of people, and you know, the love for each other just really sees it through, especially with queer friendships. We have our chosen families. And it means so much to have that.
You know, I love that you both are doing incredible things. And I wonder, as best friends, what does it feel like to watch each other thrive, to watch each other grow and evolve?
I feel like best friendships are about like wanting everything for the other person. And it's just... It's crazy. I get to watch my best friend like rock it down on a TV show and like be a scene stealer and just like give such a layered performance. It's so cool.
I mean, like, it's one thing to watch Bowen's success and watch everyone fall in love with him. Like, the way, well, I remember the first time I ever saw him perform, I said, I know that's a star.
Oh, God.
And I definitely did. I saw him, like, do an improv scene, and he just came out, and, like, his energy, it was really unreal. And I said, oh, if I had, like, a good feeling about him as a person, now even as a talent, like, just, I mean, everyone knows. Like, you see him on screen, and it's like, I need to know more. And but beyond that, it's like, as talented as he is, like, it's the friendship for me that is the most important.
It's too early to get this emotional.
I know, and you're catching us in an emotional week, ladies.
Emotional week.
Can you just talk a little bit about Fire Island? Because people want...
hilarious.
People don't... First of all, if you're living around the country, you're like, what? Where's Fire Island? What is it? Give me a quick little synopsis.
Fire Island is a barrier island off the coast of Long Island. It's a wonderful vacation destination. It's been close to a century like a refuge for a lot of queer people. And the movie takes place there, and it's a modern retelling of Pride and Prejudice, written by and starring our very good friend Joel Booster, one of our other best friends.
Yeah, truly, the three of us are pretty much best friends, and just being able to do this together, and you know, the stand-in for the Bennett family is this chosen family, and we go through. It's a really faithful adaptation, actually. So I think you would love it if you love Fire.
You're an Austin Head.
You're gonna love it.
And by the way, AP English Austin Head yourself?
Yeah, so I actually wrote my AP Lit essay about how the character that I play is called Luke, and he's like the stand-in for Lydia, about how that character relates to the main character, Elizabeth Bennet, who's Noah, played by Joel Kim in the film. And I happened to get a 5 on that one.
You got a 5.
All right, you guys.
5.
hope you'll be with us tomorrow morning. We will reunite right here with one of our favorite guests, Valerie Bertinelli.
Love her. We'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy your Wednesday.
I love the city of Baltimore. I've been coming here for years, and if there's one thing I know, the city of Baltimore is serious about his crab.
I love Baltimore crabs.
This is the stomping vine of crabs.
And I've been eating crab since the time I could sit up at a table.
It's a little spicy, salty, and savory all in one.
If I could describe the taste, you can't. You just have to try it. You just have to try it.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. When you think Maryland, you gotta think blue crab, an essential part of the state's culture and cuisine. And no place knows how to cook it up quite like Baltimore. I mean, just as many ways as you can count, you can find ways to eat crab. Of course, there's your basic, your steamed crab with the beautiful spices, and you just start whacking that bad boy. You can get all that beautiful meat out. You can get canned crab if you'd like. Of course, there's also the fabulous crab mac and cheese with a hot dog. There's the crab dip, there's your crab soup, and of course, the king of crab, the crab cake. Yes, but this is a cake that needs no icing. Crab cakes have been enjoyed by many for centuries throughout the Chesapeake region. But here in Baltimore, they're a way of life. And one of the city's most popular go-tos is tucked away just inside the world-famous Lexington Market.
We're headed back to Houston today, and we wanted to have the best crab cake in town.
We're from Orlando, glad to be here.
People have been coming to Fayetteville's for years.
Yes.
Ever since I was little, and I'm 25.
People from all around the world come here to Baltimore just to grab a bite of the famous Fayetteville's crab cake. It's made with fresh Maryland crab and family love. Everybody looks the same. How are you, my dear?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So good to see you.
How are you, sir? You looking good?
You're looking great. Got something for you.
All right. There you go.
There you go. You need one of those.
Oh, yeah.
There you are.
Now I'm feeling really crabby. Pardon me, I've got to get a lawyer because there's a clause I have to have checked. I've known the folks at Fayetteville's Seafood for years, but they've been serving up fresh crab cakes even longer.
Hi, I'm Nancy Fayetteville Devine. I own Fayetteville's Seafood. It's been in my family now for, 4 generations, and the 5th is coming up, so we've been around a long time.
I think people are astonished to see my parents at 84 and 89 still working.
You can get another 5 cans and do a second batch if you need to with them.
People ask her for her autograph, they ask her for a picture, they ask her to hold their babies. You know, it's really fun.
I mean, here's this company that's been part of Baltimore for over 130 years.
Right.
What is it about your place that has people coming back
Right. I think it's that people come in here and go right away. There's a warmth.
Uh-huh.
It's like walking to somebody's home that's they're happy to have you.
Uh-huh.
You know, come and you feel, oh my gosh, I feel at home. And I get people, we were here 20 years, it's exactly the same.
In fact, Faidley still stands in its original location, founded here by John W. Faidley Sr. in 1886. Started off as a seafood stall, but over the generations grew into a Baltimore tradition, led by Bill and Nancy Devine, along with their daughter.
Damie Hahn, and I am the 4th generation of Faidleys, so I do everything. Give them a little bit of a smorgasbord of everything. Going over here to fillet a fish, over here to shuck an oyster, over there to steam a crab, back here to fry, up here to make a crab cake, back down on the phone, running in the shipping department. A tray like that is about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bushels of crabs in order to get that tray. That's a lot of picking, and I don't think people realize how much work goes into getting an all jumbo lump.
Growing up, did you think you were going to end up here? You were going to be doing this?
No, but it was hard to get away from, and I couldn't see it going away. I couldn't see it ending with my parents. So
the pandemic hit.
Yes.
You really had to step up.
My father called me and I said, Dad, you guys cannot come in here. You know, we don't know anything about this virus and the effects, especially on the elderly. And I know you want to be here, but you can't. And he said, Damie, do whatever you do, whatever you can to make payroll. It just makes me cry when I think about it. He said, just make sure that we don't have to lay anybody off. I don't want to lay anybody off. I don't want anybody to lose their job. And we did it.
And I saw it back when I came here in the 90s, and I still see it today. This truly is a family.
Oh, it is a family. And it's funny because I often tell people, Mom and Dad don't treat the employees any differently than they treat me. And that's the God's honest truth.
Which could be a good or a bad.
That's the God's honest truth. And that's why you end up having so many multi-generation families staying here.
That's right. Faidley's isn't just a family-owned business. It's run by family as well. Multiple generations of employees, father and daughter, father and son, mom and daughter, all building a home here.
I've been here since a junior in high school, so I've been doing the thing for a while. I'm gonna say it's been around 33, 34 years.
And I started in 79, a week before my son was born.
I started at 14 years old, and I'll be 42 years old in December.
It's always a challenge working with family. A lot of personalities, but you love each other, and it always works. You know, it always works well.
What's really, really bad is when your kids are grandmothers.
Well, we were in the middle of an interview. Oh, you just broke in.
You have to start over?
Yes.
You were saying about the challenges of working with family?
It's just a few of them, you know? Just a few.
While the family spirit makes customers feel at home, it's Faidley's crab cakes that keep them coming back.
What kind of oil do you cook your crab cakes in?
Soybean.
Soybean, thank you.
So excited to have this crab cake.
And I watch people for the first time put it in their mouth and they go, oh my God. And they're standing at a table in a market.
Yeah.
They're not sitting down to a white tablecloth and having somebody serve it on a silver platter. It's on a paper plate, but it belongs on a silver platter.
Nancy created her recipe in 1987, saying she's never changed it. So, besides yourself, how many other people know the Faidley's crab cake recipe?
Sleep with her, she won't tell me.
He doesn't even know how to make a cup of coffee. Why would I tell him?
So some people use breadcrumbs. You use crushed up saltines.
Broken saltines, yes. And not fine, because you have to use more. So, and then this is the magic sauce.
This the secret sauce?
Yes.
So it's just enough to mix the ingredients together,
Right.
nothing more.
That's right.
And the big ball of crab right there.
That's it.
Look at this. Oh, boy. Oh. It's just like I remember eating it 26 years ago.
You know what? I'm told that all the time when people come in here. The best part about this is you haven't changed a thing.
Now, this is a legacy. Well, we know how the crabs end up, but how do they get them? Let's go find out. Coming up, the generations of black watermen who've made a living pulling in Maryland's most famous catch.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Chesapeake Bay men and women who work these waters are probably just as famous as the legendary catch that they pull out. And in fact, it's back-breaking work that is passed on from generation to generation, including blackjacks. Those were the black watermen who worked these waters all the way back into the 1800s and are a vital part of this community. The Chesapeake Bay is home to a vast variety of seafood, but none as valuable or as well known as the blue crab. The catch here makes up over a third of the nation's supply, and on average, more than 50 million pounds of blue crabs are harvested from the bay.
I'm Captain Tyrone Meredith, charter boat captain, owner, and operator of the Island Queen II.
Captain Meredith knows these waters well. He grew up on them.
I'm the fourth generation waterman, and my great-grandfather, he worked on the water, my grandfather, and my father. We've been here ever since the 1860s, making a living, working on the Chesapeake Bay.
This has been the way of life for generations of watermen here in Kent Narrows, a town just 50 miles south of Baltimore. For hundreds of years, they've caught, processed, and sold blue crabs to markets up and down the eastern shore. By the mid to late 1800s, Kent Narrows had also become one of many unlikely havens on the bay for free and enslaved African Americans.
There was more black watermen anywhere on the whole East Coast, probably in the United States.
Those watermen, also known as blackjacks, forged their path to liberation on the water. Their expertise essential to the booming seafood industry. So much so, the government granted some black watermen Seamen's Protection Certificates, providing sailors with American citizenship and a path to economic freedom.
Hey, Lois, I'm coming up on you now. Okay, I got you. Yeah? Howdy biting today?
This morning it looked pretty good.
Well, being out here is your own boss. You do what you want to do and have nobody tell you, go get me this or go get me that.
75-year-old Lewis Carter still finds that same sense of freedom on the water today. He's also one of the last generations of black watermen alive. Every morning before the sun rises, he sets out to catch crabs in the bay.
I started in 1961, I was about 15, and I've been at it ever since. Right now, I'm going down the line, and when I get to the other end, I'll throw it off. Crabs will come up on that bait. The pressure from the water pushes them back in this dipper. Okay, these are the big, large males. You put them in one basket. That's a female with red claws. Put them in one basket.
He's one of the last Mohegans left. There's not too many people that still make a living from the water. Most of them moved away, got other jobs, and it's changing because it's harder to make a living from the bay.
Crabbing season runs from spring into late fall, but changes in climate, cost, and labor have made each successive year more challenging. As younger generations take up new trades, there are less people working the waters and ultimately fewer black watermen.
Back when I started, it was a plenty black watermen, but they died out and the younger ones never taken their place. In one way, it makes me feel bad, you know, and I don't think it'll be no chance no more black watermen. I really do believe that.
Captain Meredith estimates there are fewer than a dozen black watermen on the bay. Like many of his peers, he's had to turn to other work.
Back when I was crabbing teenager, I caught high as 50 bushel a day. Right now, crabbers catching 2 or 3 bushel a day. Now I started running charters, fishing charters, because crabbing started declining and the fishing was more lucrative money-wise.
And educational. His charters are an opportunity to keep stories of the blackjacks alive for generations ahead. Although tradition on these waters is changing, one thing remains the same.
Nothing tastes like the Chesapeake Bay Maryland crab. It's got that certain taste to them, and it's the only place like that in the world is the Chesapeake Bay blue crab.
Next, an up-and-coming Baltimore chef inspired by his family's love of cooking.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Women's basketball has been systematically held back. After 49 years of Title IX, we still have work to do.
In Their Court, a podcast from NBC News and NBC Sports that goes inside the issues of inequality in women's sports. Listen now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Back in Baltimore, a new generation is putting a spin on the crab cake.
I'm Alex Perez. I'm the owner of Poppy Cuisine. I'm an artist at heart, so cooking, the arts of culinary, that's something that I'm very passionate about. Not necessarily having a recipe to go off of, and just getting in the kitchen, freestyling, and coming up with a masterpiece.
It's that freestyling approach that brings people through these doors, clamoring for a taste.
Jumbo, crab, lobster. Crab is king in Baltimore, so you're gonna see crab cakes, crab cake fries, crab cake egg rolls. Everyone's been going crazy over it as well.
This is the bar.
So I just come back for that, and I enjoy it every time I come here.
We actually live in DC, so we rode all the way up here an hour just to come here.
Right now I'm drizzling our warhead and our aioli sauces on it. I have a family from the Dominican Republic. I'm Afro-Latino. I'm Black on my mother's side. And pretty much I just always had a love for food and cooking food, eating food. So learning how to cook from my dad. So my dad taught me how to cook at the age of 10. I grew up, watching my grandmother cook a lot as well. So I started pretty much combining the foods that I learned to cook from my grandmother with the foods I learned how to cook from my father. And that's kind of like how the whole Poppy Cuisine, was born in her kitchen, essentially.
That was 8 years ago. While working a full-time job, Alex began building a new business on the side, catering food out of his grandma's kitchen. In February 2020, he was finally able to open a restaurant. Then, the pandemic hit.
Of course, a month later, we get the news that we had to shut down and only do takeout. So that just opened up the floodgates, essentially. And you had people standing in line, hundreds of people on the block in that mass, cars double parked up and down the streets. And it was mayhem.
During a global crisis, the city Alex was born and raised in rallied around him. Now, Poppy Cuisine is packed with locals and tourists alike. But the chef stays true to his roots, running it with close family and friends.
My little sister, Natasha.
Hi.
How's it going?
Natasha, my big bro, Alex.
I can employ family members, friends, and so forth, that people who I grew up with, people that I'm close to, and it's very rewarding,
Coming up, I'm going to grab my apron and join Alex and Grandma Gloria for a lesson in cooking crab.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. These are families trying to board those trains to Poland.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What would you like to see from the federal government to keep Buffalo safe? If there is legislation brought to you to ban contraception, would you sign it? What should be focused on that could reduce inflation and avoid a recession? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
We have a lot to get to this morning, guys. Did you feel calm?
About the time I stopped the plane, that's when it hit me.
One of the biggest names in music. Give it up for Harry Styles.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
I wanted to meet Alex and his grandma Gloria, the inspiration behind his cooking. So I dropped by their kitchen to say hello.
Well, I know I picked up from
my grandmother, my mother-in-law, and just put my own spin on certain dishes. I didn't follow it to the recipe to the letter.
So you're able to ad-lib a little bit.
Yeah, but he's always asked me when I fix a dish, well, what did you put in this? How did you do this? And I would tell him, I said, you don't have to follow to the letter, put your own spin.
And Alex has done just that, turning the classic crab cake into an egg roll. Genius! The ingredients, simple. A pound of jumbo lump crab, panko breadcrumbs, aged cheddar cheese, egg roll wrappers, and a couple of sauces and microgreens to top it off. There's the star of the show, the crab meat. Put on an apron. I've got rubber gloves on. All right, patient's ready. So how do we get started, Alex?
Yeah, so first what you want to do is we have some Maryland jumbo lump crab here. So for the most part, it shouldn't have much shells in, but typically I like to sift through it. Just gotta see if there's any shells, and if so, you can put the shells right back in this container.
There you go. So Gloria, did you know you were helping raise a culinary genius?
Well, no, but I know he liked to eat.
This sauce particular is our crab sauce mix. So we're gonna drizzle a little bit at a time, because I don't want to put too much, just enough to bind.
You got enough foul?
Yep, I think I'll have enough.
Stay on me. I like this. I like this lady.
This is why I'm so particular about, when I'm doing things in the kitchen. Gonna start actually rolling these things up. Yes.
Why do you think this recipe is so popular at the restaurant, the most popular?
Well, I think because it pretty much gives you the ability to take a Baltimore favorite and make it handheld and on the go. Throw in your hand
Kind of a street
eat.
food.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons it's very popular, other than the taste as well.
Right. Well, exactly.
Because that's
you can take it with you, but if it doesn't taste good,
exactly.
Come back for it.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take like a pinch of crab. It's around like a quarter cup or so. They're gonna sit in the middle.
Not too much?
Yeah, we want to take a little bit out, a little pinch out. Actually, we want to put a little bit more in. Yeah.
Which is it?
All right, so that's perfect right there. Perfect. And we're gonna literally fold them up envelope style.
What is it about cooking and family that is so important?
Yeah, I think for me, living a busy life as a business owner and a dad, a husband, and things like that, I feel like food is an opportunity for family to come together, talk about things, especially if you haven't seen each other in a long time. And it's a way for us to connect. So, here you go.
Laura, is it true you've never done this before?
No, I haven't. It's true.
Could have fooled me that you never did this before. Look at that. Bam! Done!
Faster than I did.
Wow! Wow! It's a natural grandma thing. Love it. So now we're going to get the deep fryer up here and fry these bad boys up.
Oh, absolutely.
Woo! If you had to describe the heart of your cuisine, what is it, and how does Baltimore kind of is part of that?
Pretty much my story, and I think that connects very well to our Baltimore, because I grew up here, all my life, and I think everything that I faced during the time that I started this company up until now, I've been transparent about, and it resonated very well with the people in Baltimore, and they watched my journey through the years, and I feel like that's really the heart of what I do.
Make sure
It's crisp around the edges and things like that. So that's why I keep turning them, so it doesn't fry on one particular side too much. And just want to even fry.
Ooh.
Nice and golden.
So you want to cut these diagonally. So I'm going to drizzle. This is our aioli sauce, house made, and this is our warhead sauce right here. So the sauce is kind of sweet, has a tangy bite to it.
Oh, kind of like Gloria.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Yeah, and that's
Try
eating
it.
these.
Yes, yes. Crab Chef Al, you have done Baltimore proud.
Thank you.
This is fantastic. Our time here in Baltimore is coming to an end. We tried the traditional crab cake, tasted a modern spin with crab cake egg rolls, and even went straight to the source on the Chesapeake Bay. At the center of it all, one thing still ringing true: food tastes better when you eat it with family.
Good morning. Calls for change. The dramatic testimony expected today on Capitol Hill. Shooting survivors set to speak, including the 10-year-old Uvalde girl who covered herself in blood to hide from the gunman. And Uvalde native Matthew McConaughey comes to the White House with an impassioned plea and heartbreaking story.